بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Ladies and Inggris mau?
Cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we welcome His Excellency the Chairman of AAOIFI and His Excellency the President of Tajikistan. Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our prestigious partners, AAOIFI board members, industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. And a warm welcome to this august and grandeur gathering in the 18th annual AAOIFI Islamic Development Bank Islamic Finance Conference in the beautiful and ever-welcoming Kingdom of Bahrain. It is a tremendous honor to gather today in the heart of the Islamic financial world. This year's conference in particular is more particular, especially as we have the pleasure of welcoming His Excellency, none other than the President of Tajikistan, who brings invaluable insights and perspectives on the growth of Islamic finance within his nation. We welcome you, sir. We are also privileged to have senior government officials, royals, and representatives from various esteemed institutions, all united by a shared commitment to advancing Islamic finance and robust future. Our theme this year, ladies and gentlemen, is leveraging Islamic finance to build a sustainable, efficient, resilient halal ecosystem for Muslim economies. The theme reflects our collective vision to enhance, adapt, and contribute meaningfully to global of Sharia and halal economy. AAOIFI and Islamic development banks have tirelessly championed standards, innovation, best practices in the industry, and today's gathering represents yet another milestone in the journey. Over the next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, we will engage in insightful discussions, hear from learners, explore groundbreaking advancements across Islamic finance on the said theme and the sub-themes for the conference. We are here to learn, collaborate, and strengthen our resolves to uphold the ethical and economic values that define our prestigious industry. Without further ado, let us begin this important. May I have the esteemed and great pleasure to invite Brother Muhammad Abdullah to begin the proceedings with the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, without whose support nothing is possible.
ولقد الزجاجة كأنها كوكب يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء يضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم في بيوت أذن الله أن ترفع ويذكر فيها اسمه يسبح له فيها يسبح له فيها بالغدو والآصال رجال لا تلهيهم تجارة ولا بيع عن ذكر الله رجال لا تلهيهم تجارة ولا بيع عن ذكر الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء الزكاة يخافون يوما تتقلب فيه القلوب والأبصار ليجزيهم الله أحسن ما عملوا ويزيدهم من فضله والله يرزق من يشاء بغير حساب الله العظيم.
Jazakumullah khair. Thank you very much, Brother Muhammad, for this very soulful, heart-touching, and very enlightening, very powerful verses of Quran. May the light of Allah shine even more upon us, and may we all be guided to His light even more. So, Jazakumullah khair, and thank you very much, Brother Muhammad. After this very soulful beginning of the proceedings, it is now my an utmost pleasure to invite on this grand stage none other than the host of the event, the Chairman Board of Trustees, His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim Khalifa Al Khalifa, to come and grace us with his keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman Board of Trustees AAOIFI, His Excellency Sheikh.
شكرا بدر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه وموالاه. وبعد Mr. Rustam Mikunov, the esteemed head of the Republic of Tatarstan, the Russian Federation. Your Excellency, Mr. Noor Ahmed Agha, the acting governor of the Central Bank of Afghanistan. Your Excellency, Mr. Dr. Sami Swalim, acting director of the Islamic Development Bank Institute in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to begin by extending the warm wishes of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the Kingdom of, and His Royal Highness the Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince and Deputy Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain. I would like also to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the esteemed head of the Republic of Tatarstan, His Excellency Mr. Rustam, for visiting the Kingdom of Bahrain and gracing us with his presence at this important conference. Your Excellency, we are particularly enthusiastic about the Russian Federation pilot project, introducing Islamic finance, including in the Republic of Tatarstan, essentially positioning the Republic as the regional hub and attracting investment from Muslim majority countries, particularly in the Middle East. This journey is not without its challenges. I assure you that AAOIFI will continue providing all the necessary support. Excellencies and distinguishes, the future of economies, our society, and our planet hinges on establishing a sustainable, efficient, and resilient halal eco-establishment. Today, over 50% of the population in the Muslim countries are the age of 30 years, as per the United Nations Development Program of 2023, which provides an opportunity, but also put responsibility to support and empower these crucial segments of society, including women, by providing targeting mentorship programs, access to micro and small enterprise financing, and supportive regulatory environment. We can assure a sustainable economic development for our society. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the halal market is projected to reach $7.7 trillion by 2025. With 101.9 billion Muslims expected to spend approximately 2.8 trillion across the key sectors such as food, pharmaceutical, cosmetic, fashion, travel, and media. This significant growth underscores the halal market's critical role in the global economy, highlighting the need for strategic investment to unlock these potentials. We must understand that Islamic finance is an integral and both ex-ante and ex-post part of overall halal economies. To that ecosystem, the overall halal industry need access and integration with Islamic finance in order to utilize a true potential of sustainable growth and addressing the challenges related to food, water, energy, security, as well as climate changes. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, why we have struggled to leverage Islamic finance to build a sustainable, efficient, and resilient halal system. The primary issues stand out in three. Number one, major reason is the fact that Islamic finance has often prioritized debt-based instrument with around 70 to 80% share over equity-based financing, thereby limiting access to risk-tolerant capital, essentially for innovation, entrepreneurship development, and long-term venture. We believe that in order to fully capitalize on this significant opportunity, this trend must be reversed in favor of equity-based financing. The second challenge is the inconsistency in a global halal standard, which cause trade barriers, raise costs, and reduce investor confidence. With harmonization, the halal ecosystem struggle to achieve growth, scalability, and cross-border collaboration. Finally, regulatory mismatch across jurisdictions. Compliance, the incompletion of Islamic finance, making it harder for halal business to access uniform financial products. Addressing these challenges strategically with consensus of relevant stakeholders is imperative. To this end, AAOIFI stands ready to offer its expertise and services. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the topic deserves our most seriousness. Look forward to the fruitful discussion and valuable insight that will emerge from this conference. Let me take this opportunity to thank you again for your presence and wish you a very successful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for a very insightful, very thought-provoking, and a very revealing speech, informing people about how Islamic finance, as a integral part of halal economy, can address the challenges and the future of our nations and our economy in a variety of manners. An important item that was also mentioned in the fact that let us always be considering Islamic finance as a part of the overall halal economic system and not as something that is deviant to that. Thank you very much again, Your Excellency. It is now my utmost pleasure and honor to invite our very, very, very special guest of honor and deliver his special address. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking none other than His Excellency, the esteemed head of the Republic of Tatarstan, the Rais of Tatarstan. Ladies and gentlemen, join your hands together to welcome on stage His Excellency, the Honorable Rustam Minikhanov, to come and deliver his address. Your Excellency.
Бисмиллахир-рахманир-рахим. Ассаламу алейкум ва рахматуллахи ва баракату. Уважаемые дамы и господа. Прежде всего, хочу поблагодарить глубоко Его Величество Хамада бен Исуа аль-Халифу и организаторов сегодняшней конференции.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the highly respected King of Bahrain, His Majesty Hamad bin Isa al-Khalifa, and the organizers of today's conference.
Рад приветствовать от имени жителей Республики Татарстан, одного из ведущих регионов Российской Федерации. Для меня, как раиса Татарстана и председателя группы «Стратегическое видение России. Исламский мир», который я возглавляю по поручению Путина, большая честь выступить на ежегодной конференции по исламскому банкингу и финансам.
It is my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the people of the Constituent Republic of Tatarstan one of the leading regions of the Russian Federation. As the race of Tatarstan and the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group, which I chair on behalf of the President of our country, Vladimir Putin, it is a great honor and privilege for me to speak at the annual conference on Islamic banking and finance.
С исламскими государствами Россию связывают традиционно тесные доверительные отношения, как по внутренней линии, так и в рамках взаимодействия с Организацией исламского сотрудничества.
Russia has traditionally had close, trusting relations with Islamic states, both on a bilateral basis and within the framework of cooperation with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
Они строятся на основе партнерства, уважения суверенитета и цивилизованного своеобразия друг друга.
These relations are built on the solid basis of partnership, respect for sovereignty and civilizational uniqueness of all states.
В условиях динамичной трансформации современных международных отношений укреплению сотрудничества России с исламским миром нет альтернативы.
In the context of dynamic transformation of modern system of international relations, there is obvious priority of strengthening Russia's cooperation with the Islamic world.
Сегодня исламский активно развивается, добивается ощутимых достижений в торговле и финансовой сфере, в инновациях и научно-прикладных исследованиях.
Today, Islamic countries are actively developing and achieving remarkable results in trade and finance, in innovation and scientific.
Россия открыта для самого широкого делового и гуманитарного взаимодействия с исламским миром.
Russia is open to the widest possible opportunities of business and humanitarian cooperation with the Islamic world.
Существенно ускоряется темп развития наших экономических связей, реализуются совместные проекты с мусульманскими партнерами из Средней Азии, Ближнего Востока, Азии, Африки в сфере поставок товаров, энергетики, финансов, сельского хозяйства, высоких технологий и туризма и другое.
The pace of our trade and economic development is significantly accelerated. Joint projects are being implemented with Muslim partners from Central Asia, the Middle East, Asia, Africa, in the sphere of supply of goods, energy, finance, agriculture, high-tech industry, tourism, and many others.
Свидетельство приверженности наших партнеров принципам многополярности, расширения БРИКС.
BRICS expansion is a true evidence of our Muslim partners' commitment to the principles of multipolarity.
В этом году Россия председательствует в данное объединение и организует более мероприятий.
This year, Russia presides over the BRICS Association, and we have organized more than 200 events so far.
В конце октября в столице Республики Татарстан, Казани, состоялось грандиозное событие – саммит БРИКС и БРИКС+. В нем приняли участие представители 36 стран, в том числе руководители 16 мусульманских государств.
Most recently, at the end of October, a truly historic event took place in the capital of Tatarstan, the city of Kazan, the BRICS and the BRICS Plus Summit. It was attended by leaders and represented 6 countries, including the leaders of 16 Muslim states.
Одним из важных механизмов сотрудничества нашей страны с мусульманскими государствами группа стратегического видения России «Исламский мир».
One of the important mechanisms of cooperation in Muslim states is the strategic vision group Russia Islamic World.
Группа представляет собой площадку для консультаций на уровне общественно-политических деятелей, деловых кругов, представителей научной общественности и духовенства, которые имеют авторитет и влияние в своих странах.
The group is actually a platform for networking and capacity building at the level of public and political figures, business circles, representatives of the scientific community and the clergy, who have gravitas and influence in their countries.
Несколько слов хотел бы рассказать о Республике Татарстан, которую я возглавляю. Это один из ведущих промышленно развитых, научно-образовательных и инновационных регионов России, в котором проживает практически равное количество мусульман и христиан.
I would like to say a few words about the Constituent Republic of Tatarstan, which I head. It is one of the industrially developed, scientific, educational, innovative regions of Russia, which is a home to almost equal numbers of Muslims and Christians.
Именно на территории республики в 922 году нашими предками в государстве Волжской был официально принят ислам. В 2022 году, 2 года назад, в масштабах всей России произошло празднование 1100-летия принятия ислама в Волжской Булгарии.
It was on the territory of the Republic in 922 that our ancestors in the Bulgaria adopted Islam as their official religion. In 2022, so 2 years ago, throughout Russia, we celebrated the 1100th anniversary of the Islam adoption by Bulgaria.
Сегодня Республика Татарстан выступает в авангарде развития отношений с исламскими государствами, гордится своим вкладом в развитие связи России с Организацией исламского сотрудничества.
Today, the Republic is at the forefront of the development of relations between our country and the Islamic states. We are very proud of our contribution to the development of Russia's ties with Islamic cooperation.
У нас налажен постоянный диалог как с центральным аппаратом организации, так и с отдельными структурами.
We have established a continuous dialogue with both the central office of the organization as well as with its institutions.
В Организации исламского сотрудничества мы ежегодно проводим Международный экономический форум «Россия. Исламский мир. Казань-форум».
With the support of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, we annually hold the International Economic Forum, Russia, Islamic World, Kazan Forum.
Это самая крупная экономическая площадка по обсуждению вопросов сотрудничества России и мусульманских государств.
It is the largest economic platform in our country for discussing issues of cooperation between Russia and Muslim states.
В этом году форум собрал рекордную свыше 20 тысяч участников из более чем 80 стран мира.
This year, the Kazan Forum brought together a record number of participants, over 20,000 people representing 87 countries of the world.
И, конечно, пользуясь возможностью, хочу пригласить всех участников всего мероприятия в мае месяце 2025 года на очередной форум. Мы приглашение всем пришлем.
Taking this opportunity, I would like to invite all participants of today's event to the next edition of the forum in May 2025. We'll definitely send the invitation to you.
Практические механизмы взаимодействия с международным исламским бизнесом. Россия имеет большие перспективы в области развития исламской экономики, в частности, исламского банкинга, индустрии халял. Ряд интересных проектов с исламским миром реализует.
In Tatarstan is one of the pilot regions for Islamic banking. We strive to fine-tune practical mechanisms for interaction with international Islamic business. Russia has great prospects in the field of development of the Islamic economy, in particular Islamic banking and halal industry. A number of promising projects with the Islamic world are in the humanitarian sphere.
Сегодняшняя конференция посвящена использованию исламского финансирования для создания устойчивой экосистемы халяль.
Today's conference is dedicated to the use of Islamic finance
in the development and promotion of the sustainable finance ecosystem.
Отмечу, что данная России и активно развивается в Татарстане.
I would like to highlight that this area has great prospects in Russia and is actively developing in Tatarstan.
Сегодня это экосистема, которая включает в себя не только пищевую отрасль, но и другие сферы, косметические товары, гостиничную и туристическую индустрию, исламский банкинг, медицина.
Today, it is an ecosystem that features not only food industry, but also other areas like cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, hotel and tourism industry, Islamic banking, medicine, and many others.
Россия не должна отстать в области. В России проживает более 20 миллионов мусульман. И они, конечно же, нуждаются, и эти виды услуг очень востребованы в нашей стране.
Our country should keep up with the global trends in this area. Russia is a home to more than 20 million Muslims, and of course, services are much demanded by this part of the population.
Республика Татарстан – пилотный регион по внедрению принципов исламского банкинга и финансирования в России в рамках принятого на уровне страны в прошлом году федерального закона.
Tatarstan has been chosen as a pilot region of the principles of Islamic banking and finance in Russia within the framework of the federal law adopted at the national level last year.
Наши данные подтверждают существенный рост интереса к исламскому финансированию как граждан, так и финансовых организаций.
According to our data survey, there is an increase in organizations.
Сегодня в реестре Центрального банка России пока находится только 27 организаций, 20 из которых осуществляют деятельность на территории Республики Татарстан.
Today, by the Central Bank of the Russian Federation, there have been registered 27 organizations, 20 of which operate.
Крупнейший банк страны Сбербанк, в нашей республике Акбарсбанк. В целом, работа в сфере исламских финансов в республике ведется уже более 15 лет и накоплен успешный опыт реализации проектов.
Among them are and Akbar's Bank, that's the leading bank in Tatarstan. All in all, systemic work in the field of Islamic finance in Tatarstan has been going on for more than 15 years. And we have had successful track record in implementing various projects in that field.
Сегодня на рынке присутствуют все основные продукты исламского финансирования. Они разработаны специалистами из Татарстана, сертифицированы в Организации по бухучету и аудиту для исламских финансовых институтов.
Today, we provide all the major products of Islamic financing in our market. They are developed by special certified by the Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions.
В рамках сотрудничества с AAOIFI при Российско-Исламском институте в городе Казани создан единственный в России центр тестирования организаций, что дает возможность, не выезжая из страны, стать сертифицированным экспертом.
As part of cooperation with IOFI, the Russian Islamic Institute has established the organization's examination center. That's the only one in Russia so far, and it makes possible to become a certified expert without living in the country.
Важнейшей задачей для нас сегодня является развитие взаимодействия с IOFI, в том числе в части подготовки специалистов и разработки стандартов в сфере исламских финансов для российского рынка.
An important task for us today is to develop cooperation with the IOFI, including the cooperation in terms of training specialists and developing standards in the field of Islam for the Russian market.
Сегодня в республике Казанским федеральным университетом реализуется магистерская программа аккредитации AAOIFI. В Болгарской исламской академии и Российском исламском университете разработаны обучающие программы с специалистами имеющими сертификат.
The Kazan Federal University in the Republic of Tatarstan is implementing master's program accredited by IOFI, as well as the Bulgar Islamic Academy and Russian Islamic University have developed training programs for specialists with the IOFI certificate.
Кроме того, при Казанском исламском университете функционирует Центр исламской экономики и финансов. Сотрудничество АЭФИ и экспертного совета по исламскому финансированию при правительстве Российской Федерации может стать новым импульсом для развития исламского банкинга и взаимодействия финансовых институтов исламских государств.
In addition to that, the Russian Center for Islamic Economics and Finance operates in the Kazan Islamic University. Cooperation between IOFI and the Expert Council on Partnership Financing under the government of the Russian Federation can become a new impetus for the development of Islamic banking and the direction of financial institutions of Islamic states and Russia.
Также важно выстраивание взаимодействия с финансовыми организациями из исламского мира в сфере проведения международных расчетов, выхода татарстанских организаций на международный рынок капитала, реализации совместных инвестиционных проектов.
It is also pivotal to build cooperation with financial organizations from the Islamic world, covering such fields as international transactions, Tatarstan organizations joining the international capital market, and implementation of joint investment projects.
На сегодняшний день в Татарстане разработаны и реализуются операции по привлечению инвестиций через выпуск облигаций СУКУК. Реализован первый в России выпуск цифровых исламских облигаций с привлечением финансирования. В целом, результаты развития рынка исламского финансирования в России подтверждают готовность российских компаний к взаимовыгодному сотрудничеству с потенциальными инвесторами.
Today in Tatarstan, we have developed and launched projects designed to attract investments through the issue of sukuk loans. Also, in Tatarstan, there have been issued first digital Islamic bond in Russia with the attraction of financing. In general, the results of the Islamic finance market development in Russia demonstrate the commitment of Russian companies for mutually beneficial cooperation with potential investors.
Уважаемые участники конференции, в заключение хочу еще раз поблагодарить за возможность выступить на столь престижном форуме в Бахрейне, пожелать всем участникам успехов и плодотворной работы. Шукран.
Dear conference participants, in conclusion, I would like to thank you once again for the opportunity to speak at such a high-profile forum in Bahrain and wish all participants success and fruitful work. Shukran jazeelan.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Rais of Tatarstan, for a very, very insightful, very informative, revealing speech to us, a speech that was not only informing us what works are being done after the adoption of Islamic finance in Russia, but also the opportunities it carries for not only the country, but for all of us in this region and beyond as well. Few key points that he mentioned that resonated, at least should be mentioned. The Republic's and Russian willingness to not only adopt Islamic finance fully, but also to allow a further wave of cooperation, especially with the Muslim countries. Multipolarity, the dynamism in cooperation, the stuff that they're doing over there in Kazan, the Kazan Forum itself, over 200 events, is epitomizing what ambitions that the region carries. So thank you very much again, Your Excellency, for a very, very insightful and opportunity-driven speech. May I now have the pleasure to invite on stage the conference co-host, none other than Director General, Islamic Development Bank Institute, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Sami Al-Suailam, the stage is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman, is Your Excellency the Honorable Rustam Minikhanov, the esteemed head of the Republic of Tatarstan, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Islamic, I would like to welcome you all to the 19th Annual Islamic Banking and Finance Conference, a joint program between AAOIFI and the ISDB. This gathering is of particular significance as it coincides with the ISDB's 50th anniversary, a milestone we did earlier this year. It is an honor to mark this jubilee with you, our partners in the Islamic financial services industry. As the only Islamic multilateral development bank, the ISDB has played a pivotal role in fostering the growth of the industry, either directly through initiatives or indirectly through nurturing key institutions like AAOIFI, IFSB, SIBAFI, and IIFM. The Islamic finance industry has shown remarkable progress with global assets exceeding $3 trillion by the end of 2023. However, global challenges, efforts to maintain this positive momentum and to achieve a more balanced and diversified growth. Implementing international prudential and governance standards is a cornerstone for the industry's resilience, while adherence to Sharia standards is essential for member countries and Muslim communities worldwide. Over the last 10 years, our technical assistance program for the Islamic finance industry has extended substantial support to the majority of our member countries and many communities worldwide in this regard. The program has been vital for enabling environment and building the capacity for the industry so they can positively contribute to the economic progress of their communities. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Islamic Development Bank, we look toward a future brimming with hope and potential. As a leading development institution, our responsibility extends beyond addressing current challenges. We must strive to create a legacy of prosperity for future generations. Our member countries have high expectations, and we are determined not only to meet expectations, but to surpass them bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. In closing, I extend my sincere gratitude to our member countries for their continued trust and unwavering support. I also thank the Central Bank of Bahrain and AAOIFI for organizing this August gathering. We look forward to the positive outcomes of this conference and the associated Capacity Development Week. Thank you for listening. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Sami Suelem, for keynote speech. May I now have the pleasure to invite our special guest as well for his special speech, His Excellency Noor Ahmed Agha, the Acting Governor, the Afghanistan Bank, i.e. the Central Bank of Afghanistan, Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan. Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والعاقبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على خير خلقه محمد وآله وأصحابه أجمعين. الحضرت حمد بن عیسی الخلیفه د بحرین د سلطنت پاچا د قدرور دکتور محمد سلیمان الجاسر د اسلامي پراختیایي بانک د قدرور ابراهیم بن خلیفه د ایوپی هیئت د نظار رئیس علی قدر رستم من خالوب د تاجرستان د جمهور رئیس دکتر سامي السویلیم د اسلامي پراختیایي بانک سرپرست قدرمن عمر مصطفی انصاری د مرکزی بانکونو د قدر وړ رئیسانو درنو عالمانو د شرعي هیئتونو محترمو غړو درنو ګډونوالو السلام علیکم ورحمة الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على خير خلقه محمد وأصحابه أجمعين. Our special thanks to His Majesty King Hamad bin Al-Khalifa, King of the Kingdom of Bahrain, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Sulaiman Al-Jasir, Chairman of Islamic Development Bank Group, His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim Khalifa, Chairman AAOIFI Board of Trustees, His Excellency the Honorable Mr. Rustam bin Khanuf, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Dr. Salim Al-Suwailam, Acting Director General, Islamic Development Bank Institute, Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, Secretary General, AAOIFI, Excellencies, Governors, respected scholars, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ډېر خوښ یم چې د افغانستان بانک په استازیتوب د بحرین په شاهي هیواد کې د ایوپي او سمه کلنۍ غونډه کې ګډون کوم.
It is my pleasure to attend on behalf of the Afghanistan Bank the 19th annual AAOIFI-IsDB conference, leveraging Islamic finance to build a sustainable, efficient, and resilient halal economy, halal in the Kingdom of Bahrain.
درنو حضارو، د افغانستان بانک ټینګه اراده لري چې د افغانستان بانکي او مالي نظام په مکمله توګه اسلامي کړي. په افغانستان کې اوس 12 تجارتي بانکونه فعالیت لري چې د بشپړ اسلامي کېدو خواته روان ده ډالرو ته رسیږي. د سکتور مجموعي سپارنې 2.6 میلیارده ډالر دي. دا ارقام ورځ تر بلې زیاتیږي چې دا ښیي چې په بانکي سکتور د خلکو اعتماد مخ په ډېرېدو دی.
Respected audience, the Afghanistan Bank is fully committed to the Islamization of the financial system. Currently, we have 12 commercial banks. All banks have undertaken the conversion process and are on their way to become fully fledged Islamic banks. The total assets of the banking sector amounts to $3.2 billion, while the total assets of the sector are $2.6 billion. This shows that people's confidence in the banking sector is increasing.
همدارنګه د افغانستان بانک هڅې کوي ترڅو یو باثباته باکیفیته او انعطاف لرونکی حلال ایکوسیستم رامنځته کړي. لاندې درې مهمې برخې زموږ توجه غواړي.
The Afghanistan Bank is also determined to build a sustainable, efficient, and resilient halal ecosystem. In a halal ecosystem, there are 3 components which in particular need our attention.
لومړی برخه اسلامي اجتماعي تمویل یا اجتماعي تامین دی. د اجتماعي تمویل پرته په اسلامي تمویل به یوازې توګه ونسو کولی چې د اسلامي هیوادونو په اقتصادي پرمختګ کې مهم رول ولوبوي. موږ دې ته ضرورت لرو چې د زکات، وقف، صدقات د انفاق لپاره د مؤسسات او ادارې جوړې کړو. یاد مؤسسات به په ټولنه کې فقر کم او د شتمنو په عادلانه ویش کې مرسته به وکړي.
First, Islamic social finance, without which Islamic finance will not be able to economies of the Muslim countries. We need institutionalize zakat, waqf, and other forms of infaq and sadaqat. These social finance institutions will alleviate poverty and help an equitable distribution of wealth.
د حلال دویمه برخه د ربا تحریم دی. الحمدلله اسلامي هیوادونه په دې برخه کې زیاتې لاسته راوړنې لري. د اسلامي بانکونو او د تکافل شرکتونو خلکو ته د شرعي اصولو پر اساس تمویلات او مالی خدمات وړاندې کوي. یاد تمویلات او خدمات باید نه په اصل کې پر شرعي اصولو ولاړ وي.
The second component of the halal ecosystem is the prohibition of riba, which necessitates the Islamization of financial institutions, a process which Muslim countries have already started. There are Islamic and other financial institutions that provide financial products and services. However, more efforts are needed to ensure that they comply not only in form but also in substance with the Sharia principles.
د حلال ایکو سیستم دریمه برخه د مالی مؤسسات یې الله جل جلاله فرمایي واحل الله البيع وحرم الربا. الله جل جلاله رانیول او خرڅول حلال او سود یې حرام کړی دی. له دې امله اسلامي مالی مؤسسات او مالی بازارونه باید په واقعي سکتور کې د پروژو د تمویل لپاره د مرابحې استثناء اجارې په خاصه توګه صکوک د بنسټیزو پروژو د تمویل لپاره د یو هیواد دننه جامدې پیسې په کار اچوي او د اقتصاد پرمختګ سره مرسته کوي.
The third component of the halal ecosystem is sale and purchase, bay'ah-based institutions. In the Quran that Allah has permitted sale and prohibited riba. We need to institutionalize a system of bay'ah based on sale, purchase, partnership, and other related contracts. This requires that Islamic financial institutions and capital financing to projects in the real economy, where sukuks with underlying assets are issued based on sale, purchase, ijara, musharaka, mudaraba, and other forms of risk-sharing contracts.
درنو ګډونوالو، د افغانستان بانک په اسلامي هیوادونو کې د یو باثباته او انعطاف لرونکي حلال ایکو سیستم د رامنځته کولو په اړه د IOP او اسلامي پراختیایي بانک هلو ځلو ته د قدر په سترګه ګوري. د افغانستان بانک غواړي چې د دې مؤسسو له تخصصي پوهې او روزنیزو ظرفیتونو څخه ګټه واخلي.
Dear brothers and sisters, appreciates the efforts and contributions made by the IOP and Islamic Development Bank towards building a sustainable, efficient, and resilient halal ecosystem for Muslim economies. The Afghanistan Bank wants to leverage on the expertise, resources, and of IOP and ISDB.
درنو حضارو، سره د ډیرو ننګونو چې موږ ورسره مخ یو، افغانستان سرشاره طبیعي منابع لري او د اقتصادي پرمختګ پر خوا روان دی. زموږ د زراعت، انرژي، بنسټیزو پروژو، کور جوړونې، سیاحت او تجارت سکتورونو د خارجي پانګې اچونې لپاره مناسب فرصتونه برابر کړي دي. موږ په دې برخو کې بانکي اچونو ته ښه راغلاست وایو تر څو له شته فرصتونو څخه ګټه واخیستل سي او د اسلامي بانکوالۍ او د لا پراختیا سبب وګرځي. په دې اړه د افغانستان بانک تاسو ته د خپلې مرستې او حمایت ډاډ درکوي.
Despite its current challenges, Afghanistan is a country rich in resources and is poised for growth. Afghanistan's economy is transitioning with sectors like agriculture, renewable energy, construction, and infrastructure, tourism, trade, and significant promise, and providing a fertile ground for global investments. We welcome to tap these opportunities for collaborations and investments in Afghanistan, which will further contribute to the growth of Islamic banking, finance, and capital markets. The Afghanistan Bank support in this endeavor.
زه له دې فرصت څخه په استفادې د افغانستان بانک په نمایندګي IOP او اسلامي پراختیایي بانک ته د دې کنفرانس د ترتیب او جوړېدو مبارکي وایم او له تاسو د بحرین د مرکزي بانک او د بحرین د سلطنت د میلمه پالنې له امله د زړه له کومې مننه کوم. والسلام علیکم ورحمة الله وبرکاته. شکرا.
Lastly, I take this opportunity to congratulate IOFI-IsDB for organizing this annual conference and to express on behalf of them my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to the organizers, the Central Bank of Bahrain, and to the Kingdom of Bahrain for their invitation and hospitality. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your special speech. May I now invite the Secretary General of IOFI, Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, to give him welcoming remarks. Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. After listening to such thought-provoking speeches, I primarily to say welcome to all of you on behalf of our team who has worked day and night very hard to make sure that, alhamdulillah, the cream of the Islamic finance industry from across the globe is here, alhamdulillah. We have most significant experts being part of this sessions, inshallah, along with the adjacent capacity building week and the workshops we are conducting. There is a galaxy of experts, galaxy of stars that is there, alhamdulillah. Some of the most important institutions are represented here, alhamdulillah. We can see them sitting in the front 3 seats. I won't, three rows of seats, actually, not only 2 seats, I would say. We actually processed nearly 300 plus visas, and we are talking about the visas which are required. You know, Bahrain is a very visa-friendly country. Most of the, obviously, GCC people don't need any visas. We have Europe and Americas, most of the people get it on arrival. So nearly 300 visas are that we actually processed. That is just to give you an idea about, alhamdulillah, the scale of the conference and its adjacent workshops. Alhamdulillah, as a whole, I think that we can say that we have 30 plus regulators represented here. We have, I think, 7 or 8 international bodies represented today, and as well as in the events that will take place, inshallah. This would not have been possible without of the Islamic Development Bank that has always been, you know, supporting AOFI and all the important initiatives in Islamic finance. It would not have been possible without the patronage of Central Bank of Bahrain, without whose support existence of AOFI would have been a dream, and it would not have been possible of all the sponsors who have supported this event for today, and it would not have been possible without all the trainers who agreed to be part of the sessions, the speakers, the panelists. This is a I would say, flagship event of the global Islamic finance industry now. It's not only about the global industry. And alhamdulillah, this feat is achieved only because of the support of you and because of the blessings of Allah Almighty. Just a very quick update about where AAOIFI stands today. Alhamdulillah, we believe that roughly around 70 odd in 40 plus countries, in some of or another form, at least mention AAOIFI standards in their regulations. Either they adopt them fully or partially or base their own regulations based on that. And alhamdulillah, this is increasing. Our regulatory membership significantly increased in the last several years, and alhamdulillah, it is increasing. And I would like to additionally mention that particularly the support from the global multilateral institutions and the global bodies is also increasing, which is alhamdulillah a great achievement for us. Our stand one part, but we are working hard on the implementation as well. We are working globally with multiple institutions around the globe. Our training centers or approved training centers and examination centers now exist in nearly 70 countries, alhamdulillah. And as the Honorable President mentioned, that even in Tatarstan now we have our SIPA exam available in Russian language also now. Alhamdulillah, all these things are increasing, and with the support of the industry, we hope these will all increase. I know that I'm taking, I'm the last of the speakers, and we have to end the session. One last thing I would like to mention. The main core function of AAOIFI as a standard setting, alhamdulillah, last couple of years have been very, very energetic. Last year, we developed 19 total standards we issued out of 11 exposure drafts and 8 final standards across all the areas of standard setting that we do. Alhamdulillah, have already issued, finalized 7 final standards and 4 exposure drafts. And before end of the year, we expect at least 4 more exposure drafts and 2 more final standards to be coming up. So alhamdulillah, this speed of standard setting, and again, I would say that it's not only the quantity, it's also the quality that the people are speaking, or rather on a lighter note, it is the quality that people are now getting afraid of, considering some of the issues that are addressed by our newer standards. Some people feel that those are very strict standards. But here is the last thing that I would like to mention, that please be assured that AAOIFI industry, any standard that you feel is having challenges for the industry, we are here to listen to all the concerns. We are there to pass on all those concerns to the technical boards. We know that particularly Sukuk Standard 62, Sharia Standard number 62 is creating huge challenges in the industry. One side that yes, it is important to ensure quality, but at the same time, we need to be practical and we need to keep a balance, and this standard setting is a very difficult task to keep the balance in a standard set, in the whole process, where you cannot compromise on the quality and you cannot compromise on the Sharia principles and rules, but make the things practical for the current situation, legal frameworks, taxation challenges, etc. So I would like to assure you that Sharia Standard 62 and all other challenging standards on the governance and accounting side, we are having a due consideration to all the comments that are being received in the industry. We are planning to extend the public hearings. We are planning to have more roundtables on these subjects. And we hope that together we can develop a very sound and resilient Islamic finance system. With that, I would like to thank you again and wish you a pleasant stay in Bahrain. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, the Secretary General of AAOIFI, for his welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to honor the sponsors and the partners of this grand event, the conference, as well as Capacity Building Week, AAOIFI-IsDB Capacity Building Week 2024. To do the honors, may I now invite Your Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim Al Khalifa, the Chairman Board of Trustees, AAOIFI, on the stage. Thank you very much, Sheikh Ibrahim, for gracing the occasion again. It is with utmost pleasure that I invite His Excellency, the Honorable Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, the Honorable, to come on stage and take the memento of appreciation from AAOIFI. To the Rais, we are utmost pleased to receive you and have you as our prestigious guest and assure you of our support. To His Excellency Noor Ahmed Agha, the Acting Governor, the Afghanistan Bank, Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan. Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for gracing the occasion. To the conference pattern, may I now have the pleasure to invite Al-Hamad, the Executive Director, Banking Supervision, Central Bank of Bahrain. Central Bank of Bahrain has been always a staunch supporter of AAOIFI and its initiatives. Thank you very much, sir, and we honor your support. To the conference co-hosts, the Islamic Development Bank Institute, Dr. Sami Al-Suwailam. Islamic Development Bank is another very prime supporter, a mother entity for AAOIFI. We welcome you, sir. We thank ISDBI and ISDB for the continuing support that they provide. To our major partners now, may I have the pleasure to first invite Mr. Jamal Ibrahim Abdul Dahar, Assistant General Manager of Libya. We thank Jamhuriya Bank for their support. Thank you very much, Mr. Jamal Ibrahim, for your support. Let us welcome on stage Sheikh Hamza Khalid, Head of Sharia, Saudi National Bank, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We welcome you and we honor you. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much, SNB, for your support. Mr. Faisal Al-Surayyi, Executive Manager, Corporate Relations and CSR, KFH Group. Mr. Faisal, a warm welcome as we honor you. Thank you very much, KFH Group, for your relentless support. Moving on to our gold partners now. May I have the pleasure to invite Ms. Fatima Al-Alawi, Acting Chief Executive Officer, Bahrain Islamic Bank, BISB. Ms. Fatima, you, and it's a great pleasure to honor you and your support. May now have the pleasure to invite Mr. Stephen Openshaw, Chairman of IGER. Mr. Stephen Openshaw. Thank you very much for your support. AAOIFI adores it. AAOIFI honors it. Mr. Stephen Openshaw, ladies and gentlemen. To Warba Bank, Mr. Abdullah Fakhru, the Chief Executive Manager of the Sharia Department, Warba Bank. Mr. Abdullah Fakhru, we welcome you and we honor your support. Mr. Abdullah Fakhru, thank you very much again. To Al Baraka Group, Hossein bin Haj Amor, the Group CEO, Al Baraka Group. Thank you very much, Al Baraka Group, for your ever available support. We honor that. To Khaliji Bank, Mr. Satam Suleiman Al Ghusaybi, CEO, Khaliji Bank. So, on behalf of the Group CEO, the CEO, Khaliji Bank. Khaliji Bank, thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, unfortunately for Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, the representative could not make it. So inshallah ta'ala, we will pass on the honored memento to Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, epitomizing their. Moving on to the Capacity Building Week sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, the sponsors for the AAOIFI Islamic Development Bank Capacity Building Week. First up is Hijaz. I invite Mr. Hakan Ozion, Group CEO, Hijaz, Australia. Thank you very much, Hijaz, for supporting AAOIFI and being a part of this very noble cause. To Bank Nizwa Oman, Mr. Salim Al Marhabi and Mr. Khalid Al CEO, Bank Nizwa, Sultanate of Oman. Bank Nizwa has been always there for AAOIFI, mutually working together for the establishment of Islamic banking, and we honor this. One more. To Harvard Investment, Luxembourg, Mr. Maurice Mook, head of Middle East, could not come given his flight delay. So inshallah ta'ala, we will pass on their memento to them once we see them, inshallah ta'ala. So ladies and gentlemen, this ends the memento ceremony. Thank you very much, Sheikh Ibrahim, for gracing the occasion and honoring support partners. It is now time for the MOU signing ceremonies. This is the last item before the opening ceremony comes to its grand ending, the MOU signing ceremony. We have 2 MOUs to wrap this up. Cheers. No cheers. Come in. May I have the pleasure to invite again His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim to please come on stage for the signing of these important MOUs. Sheikh, tafadhal. May I also have the pleasure to invite our very, very honorable chief guest, His Excellency, the Rais of Republic of Tatarstan, to come on stage and honor the occasion of the signing ceremony. May I invite also Mr. Vladimir to come on stage for the signing ceremony. The MOU is between the Accounting and Auditing Organization of Islamic Financial Institutions, AAOIFI, and the Bank of Russia.
Mr. Andre.
Yeah.
Mr. Andre.
Mr. Andre. The Vladimir, Mr. Vladimir.
No, Mr. Andre.
Mr. Vladimir, sign. चुप हो जाए यार, यही मेरे पास ये आया बस. Please, Mr. Vladimir, to sign.
No. Mr. Andre. I gave him this one bloody. I gave this. Mr. Andre.
May I have the Mr. Andrei Medvedev? Mr. Andrei Medvedev. Between AAOIFI and the Central Bank of Russia for supporting and collaborating to work in the development of Islamic finance in Russia and Central Asian region. From AAOIFI, the signing is done by the chairman of the Al Khalifa, and of course, Mr. Andrei Medvedev from the Central Bank of Russia. Congratulations to both the entities. We have one more MOU, Your Excellencies. I would request your time to be on stage for a little bit longer. The next MOU signing ceremony is between AAOIFI and the Islamic Financial Institutions and Tatarstan Development Agency. May I have the pleasure to invite Ms. Talia Miniluna. Ms. Talia is representing the Tataristan Investment Development Agency, and on behalf of AAOIFI, it is the Chairman of Trustees, Sheikh Ibrahim Al Khalifa. The MOU signifies the cooperation between AAOIFI and the Investment Authority for developing Islamic finance in the region. It's a significant milestone given the prospects of Islamic finance in Russia and the region, and of course, under the aegis of the President. Congratulations to both AAOIFI and the Investment Authority. Mr. Andre, if you can come on stage again for the group photo. This is a very important. Ms. Thalia, just a group photo. Your Excellency, just a group photo. This is a momentous occasion that has to be captured by the eyes of the camera as well. It's a story. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hand together for this very momentous occasion for Russian territory and AAOIFI going forward for the development of. We thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for attending this very grandiose opening ceremony. And the icing on the cake were these two very historic MOUs. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for gracing us again. It is time for. So may I now invite all the dignitaries, Your Excellencies, government officials, ambassadors, Your Royal Highnesses, to please consider the opening of the exhibition.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا، نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك، لأن أحلامك تهمنا. نسير معك على درب النجاح. صديقة، نقف إلى جانبك دائما. لأنك اخترت طريق التميز، حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها. لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر، نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ. مهما تعددت ظروفك، نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 7 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ من هالتاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات، سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو
Another new day at Al Barakah. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Barakah Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Barakah, your partner bank.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا. نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك، لأن أحلامك تهمنا. نسير معك على درب النجاح، لأن الصديق ساند صديقه. نقف إلى جانبك دائما، لأنك اخترت طريق التميز. حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها، لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر. نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة الذهبية. مهما تعددت ظروفك نمد لك يد العون أينما كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات، سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو
Day at Al Baraka. This is where we embark on new challenges, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Baraka Group have recognized that strong and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Baraka, your partner bank.
لأن جسرا من الثقة والوفاء يربط فيما بيننا. نحرص على أن نكون نعم الصديق لك، لأن أحلامك تهمنا. نسير معك على درب النجاح، لأن الصديق يدعم ويساند صديقه. نقف إلى جانبك لأنك اخترت طريق التميز. حرصنا على أن نصمم لك مزايا تستحقها، لأنك تواكب مستجدات العصر. نوفر لك أحدث الخدمات في الجبال الشامخة والسهول الساحرة والشواطئ الذهبية. مهما تعددت ظروفك كنت. مصرف الجمهورية، المصرف الصديق.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطوة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات.
Another new day at Al Baraka. This is where we embark, explore new horizons, and work together for a future built on new hopes and aspirations. As a torchbearer of the Islamic banking industry for more than 40 years, we at Al Baraka Group have recognized and lasting partnerships are essential to make this possible. Al Baraka, your partner bank.
ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. It didn't work. Is this working? Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back, everyone. It's a pleasure to see, mashallah, a house full of stakeholders that are so committed to Islamic banking and finance that they have traveled far and wide to join us this auspicious occasion of the 19th AAOIFI-IsDB Islamic Banking and Finance Conference. What a wonderful occasion it is to see more than 30 regulators from no less than 15, 20 countries processing 300 plus visas to come here. What we call it event, a flagship event of the year on the calendar of Islamic banking and finance, not just for Bahrain or the region, but globally. So very, very honored to have you here once again. We had a very, very fascinating and thought-provoking keynote speeches this morning. I think they actually had helped us in starting the conference in a very, very perfect manner, which set the stage for the rest of the 2 days. The discussions to follow are going to be immensely thought-provoking, knowledge-sharing, and of course, it is going to explore new horizons, which will help us form new collaborations for the development of Islamic banking and finance globally, inshallah. Of course, AAOIFI is playing a very, very key role in the development of Islamic banking and finance, and with your support and collaboration, it can only go further and further in the right direction. 70 adopting AAOIFI standard or adapting to AAOIFI standard in some shape and form is testimony to the commitment of not just AAOIFI, its stakeholders, its board of trustees, its technical boards, but also individual regulators, policymakers, banks and financial institutions who have taken really seriously and are following them and helping in the development of the industry overall. And of course, we are going to discuss different aspects of the Islamic banking and finance over the next course of 2 days. One important institution that has played an instrumental role in the development of global banking and finance, and more importantly, global Islamic economy, is Islamic Development Bank Group. Islamic Development Bank Group was set up in 1975 as an institution to serve Muslim majority countries, that is 57 member countries of its, in the development of economy, sustainability, and upliftment of Muslims in general. And I think IDB has played a very, very important role in the development of the Islamic finance industry. It is an important institution that has helped in the development of almost AAOIFI being the first standard-setting body that it established in 1991, but it also laid a solid foundation for the development of Islamic Financial Services Board in 2002, International Islamic Financial Markets, SIBAFI, IIFM, of course, Islamic Rating Agency, the Arbitration Center in UAE, and many others, of course, around the world. And of course, it does this through the Islamic Development Bank Group, which has a number of institutions that are focused in developing the key sectors. Islamic Development Bank Institute, whose acting director general is with us, an instrumental role and has been playing an instrumental role in the development of thought-provoking research, training, capacity building globally. And of course, there are other member institutions like ICD for the development of private sector. We have a separate institution that is set up for the insurance. There is ITFC for trade finance, and a number of other initiatives that IDB has taken to make sure that this industry moves forward not just in one direction, but from a multi-dimensional perspective, which has been really, really instrumental. So we have the next session, a session to celebrate thoughts, a session to share with our stakeholders the role of Islamic Development Bank as it celebrates its golden jubilee of contribution to the development of sustainable economic, financial, and social system through and in its member countries. So we, from some of the very, very important leaders that have been playing this role through the Islamic Development Bank Group, and that is what we are going to hear, inshallah, in the next session. We have very, very experienced and knowledgeable experts who have been playing an instrumental role in shaping the industry for us. And of course, welcoming Mr. Farooq Raza, who is the chairman of AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board, and has been serving the industry in different ways and shape and forming and developing the industry in different parts of the world, who is going to set the stage, and he's the chairman of the session. And the interviewees for the session are Director General of Islamic Development Bank Institute. We have the pleasure of having him. Please join me on the stage. Mr. Abdul Qadir Farah, Director and Financial Controller at Islamic Development Bank. And we have Mr. Muhammad Sharaf, Treasurer at Islamic Development Bank. If we can mic them up, please, very, very quickly. So let's use the opportunity to also benefit and learn from what has been Islamic Development Bank involved in, what are its top priorities, how they are looking at the future direction of Islamic economy, and what can we learn from their experiences, what are their top priorities. Please use the opportunity also to ask any questions. Let's make it as interactive as possible or as the time permits, and let's use the opportunity to the best of it. Kind. So, inshallah, without any further ado, I hand it over to Brother Farooq Raza to take it forward, inshallah.
Pleasure for me to be here with all of you, and it's a much bigger pleasure for me to be interviewing three gentlemen, key position holders in Islamic Development Banking Group. 2024 is a great year, 50 years of the bank, a long way from where we started. A lot of lives have been changed on the way. So Alhamdulillah, the member countries have a lot of projects have been, sponsored, funded, facilitated. A lot of good things happen, and we look forward to the next 50 years, inshallah. And the potential is even greater. I see Islamic Development Bank Group as the Islamic bank of the Muslim world, or the bank of the Muslim world. I also see this as a conduit between the Muslim world and the non-Muslim world. I think this is actually a very important role that the bank is playing in connecting these two worlds and facilitating dialogue and communication and harmony between two parts of the Without further ado, let's start the interview now. So first of all, thank you, gentlemen. Welcome, to the panel. Before we start, I think it will be appropriate that if you can briefly introduce your role. So Dr. Sami Al-Swallam, he is the of Islamic Development Bank Institute. So what is your role? What does it entail? What's the scope of your work? And same, for Brother Abdul Qadir Farah, in your role, what do you do as the Director and Financial Controller? And Brother Muhammad Sharaf, as the Treasurer of the bank, what is that you do? So maybe we can start with that.
wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Thank you, Brother Farrukh, and thanks to AAOIFI for this very important annual event. Thanks to all our stakeholders, particularly the Central Bank of Bahrain and other regulators for the continuous support for Islamic finance. The ISDB Institute was established under the name of Islamic Research and Training Institute in 1983. It started operating in 85. It's a knowledge institution concerned mainly with knowledge dissemination, and more recently, knowledge solutions. The impact, we will not talk about the impact now, right?
Yeah.
So I think that would be good enough.
Okay. Thank you. Brother Abdul Qadir.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Financial Control Department, and we are the custodian of the financial data of the bank. So the primary responsibility is ensuring the integrity and reliability of the financial data of the bank. That comes with instilling financial accountability, making sure that the financial data there is transparency and reflects the accurate position and the health of the bank. So what we are responsible for basically is there are three key areas: the accounting and reporting, which is basically prepayments and recording and analyzing the financial data. The other area is more of a fiduciary role, basically overseeing the operation financing, basically the disbursements that we make to the projects and the member countries, and the billing and the collection of that process. And the last group is for the corporate expenses, which is traditionally the accounts payable and the business travel. So all in all, so basically is managing not only the bank, but all the funds that the bank has manages, including my colleague here, the ISDPI, and all.
Brother Sharaf.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum.
First of all, thank you so much for hosting us today. Pleasure to be with you, Brother Farrukh, and with Dr. Sami and Brother Farah, and with this distinguished guest. Okay. Okay. My pleasure to be here. First of all, my name is Muhammad Sharaf. I'm the treasurer of Islamic Development Bank. My role covers three main areas in the bank. One of them, and the most important of them, is ensure the funding of the bank by tapping the global capital markets, whether through the typical sukuks that we are issuing every mobilized funds to our operation in terms of financing our member countries' projects. The second area that I do is I manage the liquidity investments of the bank. So other than mobilizing funds, we are also investing into sukuk in a lot of our member countries. The third part of what I do is mainly focusing on the treasury operation. Our financials in terms of treasury are intact. So that's in a nutshell, and I'm happy to take further questions, inshallah.
Thank you, Brother Sharaf. So what I understand, gentlemen, is that while Dr. Sami is leading and managing the intellectual capital of ISDB Group, the two other brothers, you are actually managing the money of the capital of the bank and the group. So both sides are equally important. I cannot tell which one is more important, but they are really critical. And thank you for explaining what you do, and we will probably know a bit more how does it work as well. But now, being mindful of the time, let's go to the points. So I have two main discussion points. So the first one is actually, we have completed 50 years of the existence of the bank. MashaAllah, Yani, this is great. And as Dr. Sami, he said in his opening remarks this morning that so far this is the only Islamic development bank in the world. So what, this trajectory of 50 years, what does it teach us? Are the accomplishments that we can celebrate today that we have achieved in the 50 years? what are the lessons that we have drawn in these 50 years? So are there any things, that could have been done better? Are there any, opportunities that can be harnessed, in a better way? What are the things that we shall be proud of in these years? So as the Bank of the Ummah, what is that actually makes us proud today for the last 50 years? So maybe we can start. And this is the question to all of you for your respective areas. So may I start with Dr. Sami, please?
I think I'll take advantage of being before elected colleagues and mention a few points, but I think, so let me start with 1975. The first Murabaha transaction ever between member countries was conducted by the Islamic Development Bank, by Dr. Ma'bad al-Jarhi, who was later became the director of the institute, and he won ISDB prize. Many achievements have been done. The ISDB is the first to issue sukuk. I am to my colleague, Brother Sharaf. All these infrastructure institutions, ISDB, with the leadership, of course, at the time of Dr. Ahmed Ali and subsequent leaders, established all these infrastructure institutions. We have with us here Dr. He wrote the first paper on Ijara Sukuk in '97. That was before the market. Now it is something like 200 billion. Of course, it has evolved. Let me give you a few other examples in order to give enough time to my colleagues. The institute had something called distance learning program, whereby through there will be lectures and people attending from different universities in our member countries. That was before I joined, so I have no credit whatsoever for all these things, by the way. Some of those students who attended these lectures, the executive director of his country for the ISDB. See, this morning, our beloved brother who recited the Quran, he was talking about زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية. The zaytun shajarat tree. So the fruits will take some time. You see, there is somehow relationship between light, knowledge, and olives. Olives is a long-term project. It's not something quick you can get immediately. It will take some time, but it pays off. It is of the colleagues of the institute became president. One of the colleagues became a president of his own country. And this is not something unique, by the way, to the institute. We are all aware of the scholarship program. Thousands of students benefit from this scholarship program. And many of those students who won that scholarship went on to become ministers, to become senior officials, to become industry leaders in their own, countries. So the kind of
In a nutshell, the bank has really grown, unwavering commitment to its mission, having strong governance and institutional checks and balances, and continually,
that I think is one of the key factors, as you mentioned, in raising funds at a reasonable cost, and then that advantage to the member countries. So how do you manage actually a supranational organization like this, where you have a lot of member countries, and some of those member countries are actually not very highly developed economies. So maintaining this this momentum and maintaining this standard is a. So would you like to briefly touch upon that?
Sure, absolutely, Brother Farouk. Really, one of the key factors is really having a strong shareholder support. The bank is highly capitalized. Our shareholders always come to the calls of the bank, knowing that what the very healthy capital. And one of the things we have to balance in terms of the project financing is, like I think the example that has been given about the Zaytun tree. So the objective is to increase the number of Zaytun, but protect the tree.
Yes.
So I think financial sustainability is a paramount, making sure we have good governance, good financial structure, good strategy in terms of meeting the challenges so the two key things really is the shareholder support and making sure that we have a financial sustainable path to grow.
Thank you. Thank you. Brother Muhammad, please.
That's a very interesting question. First of all, I think when I look at what I do, it's mainly focused on the capital markets. The Islamic capital markets, to be very specific on that. And Dr. Sami have just highlighted how IDB was, I would say the early adapter of what, how to deepen Islamic capital markets. Let me give you some colors about the current Islamic capital market. I've just memorized the figures yesterday just to keep and say, and then I'll reach out how IDB was very important. Up to 2023, the Islamic finance industry have issued around $1.73 trillion of sukuk. This is coming from IFM. Dr. Ijlal is here, so we about that. This is from 2001 up to 2023. Now, the last 10 years, we're seeing sukuk around 180 billion to 200 billion. That's the average that we're seeing. Yeah. Outstanding sukuk balances as of now, there is two figures about that, but by 10 to $1 billion. So we're hitting a 1 trillion. I think this is what Dr. Sami was saying about now. When we started this, it takes time. But now we've reached into a point that we are, as an IDB, are nurturing this. I'll give you some example. A lot of this point of time. I was, because we're managing the liquidity of the bank, Philippines was issuing this year. Hong Kong was issuing last year, the HKMA. A lot of non-traditional, issuer of sukuk, they started to understand the benefit. First of all, it's asset-backed and asset-based, whatever the structure is. But this is more and more growing. So what I can say about the 50 years in terms of Islamic capital markets, IDB have been a pioneer in this. And again, I keep saying it's not only about the issuance, but we were talking now about the rating. The issuing into the sukuk market require a process. First, it needs to be structured in a way it's through the advisory service, the technical advisory that is happening through Dr. Sami, or from the, I would say, the professionals that have been in the sukuk market, my team that is working on this, to make them understand that this is a journey and this is happening. and it takes rating and make sure that you are able to transform this or even share it with other member countries. So I would say that on this 50 years, what we can see, and Dr. Sami ended his note with, yes, it can happen. We're seeing compounded annual growth rate of the Islamic capital market increasing. As a team, we are, on the Treasury, we are pushing more now to start to adapt to the Islamic capital markets. One of the things that we are proud of, we have 80 counterparties that is outside, that we're placing Murabhas agreements outside of our member countries. This is financial institutions that are not typically, from our member countries, but they started to adopt this. Why they want to do this? Because we're a AAA rated institution that we place some of our, treasury portfolios. So if I take out of the last 50 years, I think one of the things that we're very proud of, that we were able to push into the development of the Islamic capital market, our founder fathers that have started this process, and making sure that the structure, the infrastructure, the institutions that are there, and I think what we are building, as if we take the narrative Shajarat Zaytun, and that's what we're trying to push on the next 50 years, inshallah.
Thank you, Brother Muhammad. Really appreciate. So, gentlemen, I think we have covered the first, theme. I think that was looking back at the 50 years of past, and touching in achievements as well that we have drawn. Now, let's go to the next theme, which is what next? What happens? So, 50 years celebrating, Alhamdulillah, good. I had the privilege actually of attending the 50th anniversary, the Golden Jubilee celebrations in Riyadh earlier this year. It was great, and I wish we had that video that was actually very interesting, and it captures a lot of things within a short space of time. But I think we don't have that video now. But anyway, let's look at the future now. So what is coming next? And the world was very, very different in 1975. I was a very small kid at that time, but I still sort of vaguely remember now we are living in a completely different world. The challenges are different, the dynamics are different, the geopolitical situation, the economy, the technology, everything is changing. And, the paradigms are shifting so fast that sometimes it's difficult actually to even understand that where actually we are, heading, and, how we handle all this space, this momentum. So now the question is, what is that we look for the next 50 years? What shall be the aspirations, and what shall be the expectations of the industry and of the member countries from our bank? So ISDB group, what will it do for the next 50 years, and how do you, again referring to your specific roles in those challenges, and how also the lessons that are drawn, they can actually factor into, inshallah, our future plans as well. So Sheikh Sami, you just happen to be on my left side, so that's why you get the question first.
If there is one thing that we keep with us, inshallah, in the next 50 years, I mean, when we say we, I mean the institution, otherwise individuals will go and come, inshallah, new generation. But one thing that I have learned, joined the ISDB group, RT, in 2004. It's now 20 years. The ISDB has been a pioneer in many, many areas. So even though you think this is a government institution, it's AAA, it's bureaucratic, it's risk averse, nonetheless, it has been pioneering on several fronts. As I said, the first sukuk was issued by the ISDB. All this infrastructure, industry has been led or supported actively by them. At the time, there was no AAOIFI. It was when Abdulaziz al-Rashid proposed to Ahmed Ali, why not have accounting standards?
Yes.
It was an idea in the office of Ahmed Ali, and then gradually it became a full-fledged organization, mashallah, with so much success, and so on. So this, I think, this spirit, the spirit of taking initiatives, taking the leadership, being pioneer, That is the spirit that we should keep and fight in order to, enrich that kind of thing. Now, from the interview, we are moving gradually from research and training to being a knowledge solution provider for development. So we are capitalizing on the knowledge, on the stock of knowledge, on the human capital that the Institute was able to accumulate in the past 40 years in order to help the industry move forward, move beyond the standard classical, applications of the industry. Now, as the strategy of the ISDB shows, we are actively involved in infrastructure and human capital, but it's that the next step is that to help member countries themselves be the leaders of their own development. So over the past 50 years, we have been helping, financing projects here and there, which has obviously made tremendous impact on our members. Themselves are growing. Yeah. They are maturing. The expertise have been accumulating over the years. So it seems to me that would be something we should be considering, that the next step is that our member countries will be leading the development and we will be enabling the member countries to lead the development.
Thank you, Sheikh. Brother Abdul Qadir, how do you see the next 50 years?
Thank you, Brother Farooq. I think the next 50 years will be a continuation of always
Abdul Qadir is young, by the way. He will, inshallah, stay here 50 years. But I'm not sure I'll be here in 50 years.
So,
Sharaf.
Not as young as you think. So I think what we touched on before basically was the bank realizes the demand for financing is much bigger than what the bank alone can do. So I think the effort in terms of partnership, in terms of resource mobilization, in terms of looking at partners to help us achieve the overall objective, this will be this will continue. In terms of the core business of the bank, in terms of the infrastructure, human development, those also will definitely continue. But in terms of keeping in mind now with the focus in terms of the climate change, green financing, the bank has already started in that. I think we've issued a green sukuk already. So really always listening to the market, listening to our member countries and reflecting that in the bank's strategy is one of the key things. Another thing that I don't want to underestimate is the key pillars of the bank's strategy is continuing cooperation within the regional partners. So we have different programs in terms of promoting investment, regional cooperation, private sector area. So all of these things will take a much greater emphasis as well as about which is the technological advances. So we can also see that now reflecting on that, the bank is, as it is grown, we have pretty much really embraced technology. So for instance, our member countries, we have a very digital, in terms of no more receiving any requests, by the mail. So everything is through e-disbursement. So those are things that the bank is really adapting and making sure that we can respond to the needs of the member countries in the coming years, inshallah.
Thank you, Brother Muhammad.
Out of this, but I think the next 50 years would be more challenging. This is what I see. Yes, okay. For many reasons. Technology, you see AI, disruptions coming, machine learning. So in terms of capital market, it wouldn't be the same. It would be, and I think what we need and what we're the strategy getting out from our management is that we need to be prepared, and this is how we were prepared before and we reached this level, but we need to understand that the next 10, 15 years, at least in terms of disruption, technology, market disruption might be there. But eventually, I think what we need, what actually we started, and Abdul Qadir, is that we started to guide how we can, with our partners, adopt the same agendas and with deviations sometimes. This one would be the green sukuk that we've issued. We were the first or the pioneer, as Dr. Zemi always said, in sukuk. Now it's mainstreamed on the market. We can see sustainability as well. You've issued around 5 billion worth of sustainability and green sukuk. But most importantly is not the issuance itself, Brother Farouk, is that last year on the Jubilee, and I think you were there, we collaborated with the International Capital Market Association and London Stock Exchange to issue a member countries, whether it's sovereign, corporates, or even financial institution, how to do the process and to start the process for issuing green. Now, I think what we are trying is also about social sukuk. That's what we're also exploring at this point of time. I think the digital, and we're talking about digital sukuk and how this might happen. I think there will be a lot of changes in the next 5 to 10 years, and we're trying to get ourselves prepared to it. We're trying to share it with our colleagues from other financial institutions, because even the settlement process that we see today might be on stable coin at one point of time. And I think the Islamic finance industry from now, and this is what we're trying to do as an IDB through the institute or the treasury team, is try to embrace this, try to alert the finance participant that the next 50 years might be much more challenging for all of us. Thank you, Brother.
Thank you. I agree with that, and I think the speed of this exponential growth, is actually so much that I think 50 years seem to be a long time and beyond imagination, because what you, as you rightly said, in next 5 to 10 years things will be so different. I think in 50 years I will definitely not be around, but it will be completely a different place. Anyway, thank you very much. Now, I have been actually asked to open the floor, receiving some questions from the audience. But before, we go there, I want to give it a little bit of personal touch, right? Dr. Sami, I've known him, mashallah, for the last 20 years. He is, always in the public. He is known. So he is, if I compare Islamic Development Bank with a ship, he is, among the crew who is on the bridge, right? So will be visible. You gentlemen, both of you are in the engine room. You are actually, so, still, people actually want to know who these gentlemen are, who these brothers are, So if yourself, who you are, right? And, anything that you want to tell you about, tell us about your life, except your bank account details or, your password to the app. But anything if you want to, otherwise it's not an obligation. So maybe we can start with that side this time. Yeah. So Brother Abdul Qadir, maybe you go first.
Farouk, my name is Abdul Qadir Farah. I was born and raised in Somalia. At the age of 18, I went to the US on a student visa. I did my bachelor in accounting. My first professional job was with one of the big firms. Stayed there for 5 years and got really very invaluable experience there. After that, went to work for an international investment company, also in the US. After some years, I looking for new challenges and to go on to the global stage. I came to work for Islamic in 2006. And since then, I have been holding different roles within the bank, but all in the finance area, until my recent appointment as the Director of Financial Control since 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Brother Muhammad.
I think the name Muhammad Sharaf, I'm a father of 2. Ali, that's what keeps me going every day, I would say. I started my life differently on conventional banking. And I think the time that I've, joined IDB, everything changed for me. And I think eventually I was purely investment banker. So I'm coming from a pure investment banking. I think IDB have changed me a lot. Working in international development and really trying to to be on the development side really affected my life. Up till my 30, I wasn't even thinking about considering international development, thinking this is not the, this is not banking. Once I joined, I saw Dr. Ahmed Muhammad Ali, when he greeted me, and then he started to give me why the bank was founded. This have changed me a lot across the year. What I'm passionate about, I think, really, I'm not just trying to say this, I'm passionate that I see IDB much bigger everywhere, even in non-Muslim communities. I think what I do is trying to not to be lagging a lot of the mega, I would say, the World Bank, even in terms of pricing. I think my view, and this is something I'm passionate about, is, as Dr. Sami have said, we can be much more efficient. We can be much more, providing more deliverables more than other MDBs. Thank
you. There is always room for improvement, and there will always be room for improvement. I think we have to accept that, yes, Alhamdulillah, we have achieved a lot, but maybe, there are things that we have missed as well on the way. But inshallah, for the future, next, look forward to those challenges, and let's brace ourselves, to this changing world, and, do those things that we actually did not manage to do in the past. Please. So who are you? No, who is Dr. Sami also? Please let the audience know.
I did my PhD in 1995 on venture capital in Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri. When I proposed venture capital, when I proposed to the professor, there was only one professor in the entire economics department who knows what is venture capital. Wow. In 92, that was about 92, everyone was not aware in the department. When I came back to the Saudi Arabia, I started, first of all, we struggled how to translate venture capital. And with the help of Dr. Anas al-Zarqa and others, Ra's al-Mal al-Mukhatar at the time. And then people started, hey, this is very attractive. And at the time, it was Apple and Microsoft, and all those were actually funded by venture capital. But then it was too foreign, I would say, to the environment, that I effectively lost any hope that there will be something. Now, almost our banks, two major big banks in Saudi Arabia, now they are looking seriously into venture capital. If you have asked me 30 years ago, would you imagine that venture capital will be something mainstream? I would have answered, yeah, in 30 years, be also on the moon. I mean, we can go to the moon. That's nothing impossible in 30 years. But it did happen. Yeah. It did happen. So we should never lose hope. It will take some time. It's a non-linear relationship. It will take a very long period for incubation, but then it will take off. And one opinion is fintech, the point that Brother Sharaf has highlighted. Banks realize that those fintech startups are pulling the rug beneath their legs. Yeah. And if they don't do anything, they will be out of business in not a very long period of time, including telecoms. Telecoms are also jumping into it. So they take it serious, and that's my personal experience. Never lose hope. Always have multiple options, of course. Don't stick or fix yourself onto one thing. No, have a portfolio of projects, portfolio of hopes, so to speak. But then never lose hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is, a great lesson, I think, to take home today. So at this point, let's open the floor to the audience. So any questions, please? We have, I think, the mics that will be brought to you. Please raise your hand and ask a brief question, please. So just make sure that the question is brief and precise. So thank you very much. Yes. So the mic there, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My brothers there said within the next 5-10 years there will be a lot of disruption to the industry. One technology change is blockchain, cryptocurrency. Voice. So one disruption to the industry is blockchain, cryptocurrency, digital currencies. If you don't mind, can you give your opinions on that? How you see that changing, or assisting banks, how financial institutions can benefit from that and adopt to that?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Sure. I think this is what Sami was just mentioning. But I'll speak on the capital market first. What we're seeing, more and more market entrants are going through digital. They're issuing. They're slashing all the, I would say, the middleman on the industry. So you'll see a lot of the syndicates might not be there for the next 5-10 years. On the we've seen more digital banks coming into place. They are not physical. They are actually, you can place a deposit, without even going to the branch. If you're talking about the stable coins and the blockchains, they are major part of this change that will happen, because this is a ledger that you can see everything there. So blockchain, specifically blockchain and their derivatives, whether it's stable coin, and there is a lot of debate about it, might be a very big market disruption that might happen on the next 5 to 10 years. On the capital market side, we've seen a lot of trying to digitalize the settlements itself, so not going through the process. So I would agree that this area, and AAOIFI is here and IFSB, this area needs to be, try to explore it from now, because eventually we will face this situation after 5 years that we'll find that globally, this is part of the global theme that we will have to face. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Just, I want to add in terms of the operational aspect, blockchain is taken, many of the MDBs have already started using it. And one area that's going to help a lot is really getting data on the projects, the underlying beneficiaries, on, how do you basically evaluate the effectiveness of the project? The blockchain data will provide real-time data for us in terms of the beneficiaries and how the resources of the bank has been used. So definitely it's one of those technologies that has been adapted along with the AI. It's going to play a big part in terms of the development aspect.
Thank you. So shall we take this as ISDB is embracing blockchain and is looking into these new technologies? Are you, looking into artificial intelligence and so on? Because these things are the perspective of the bank?
I would call that we're exploring. Okay. And that's very important, because you cannot just jump to this. You need, as Dr. Sami just said, it takes time. It's not, but you need to start from now to gather information, assess the applicability, and whether it's suitable or not suitable. What you're using, is it there or not? So I think it's a process. I would say we're very cautiously looking at what's happening on the market. Myself personally, at looking at what other MDBs maybe on the conventional side are doing, and trying to understand whether this applies to the Islamic finance industry or not. But eventually this is the we're really seeing on the global level.
Great. So the bottom line is that the bank is exploring, the process is already in place, and depending on the outcomes and with caution, the bank will be embracing all these things. Great, thank you. Next question, please. Yes, Professor Kabir.
Yeah, I have a question. Actually, Please. This is a great vision of late King.
Yeah, thank you.
That he created, or with his patronage, the Islamic Development Bank was created in 1975. And there has been a lot of conspiracy around that time. Finally, it survived and is growing. MashaAllah is doing a great job, not only in a development aspect, also creating infrastructure, as Sami mentioned. But if you look at the years, Islamic finance is less than 1% of the global finance industry. Now, I have a very specific question to all three of you. how we can make it to 2% in next 50 years. Be specific, please.
Thank you, Professor. So, yes, please. Just one clarification, Professor Kabir. You said how we can make it 2% the next 50 years? Okay. I will let the brothers answer the question, then I will share my, thought. Yes,
Brother Kabir, I would like you to look into the Basel Committee paper for Basel III. And I would like you to read the first 2 pages of that document. Ask anyone without telling them you got these 2 pages from Basel Committee, who wrote or what is the source of these 2 pages. I would say 80% of people will tell you these 2 pages were taken from an Islamic finance textbook. Why? It says, it talks about risk absorption, it talks about the role of banks in supporting the real economy, it talks about risk-taking by banks and risk absorption and all these concepts. Where these concepts come from? They are only in Basel III. They are not in Basel II. They are not in Basel I. Now, people are talking about sustainable development, impact investment. Many of these, so the point I'm trying to get is the following. The concepts have been in one way or another influenced by this 1%. This 1%, see 80-20 rule, you know this 80-20 rule? You don't have to be too big to change the world. You can be small. The issue is the ideas, the power of ideas. Ideas change the world, not size. Size doesn't change the world. Dinosaurs have been, extinct. So ideas change the world. In my opinion, Islamic finance is a very fantastic idea. It's a system of ideas that is really impressive. Anyone with an open mind would be impressed by this system. And therefore the ideas have been flowing from the Islamic finance industry to worldwide. We don't have to be, but of course we should. In my opinion, this is not the right measure of our impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, if you want to add something.
I totally agree. I think we'll be more than 2% in 50 years. I think this is happening eventually because the starting point was a bit because we had to set the standards, we had to set this. Option is increasing. Dr. Sami again raised a very important point, which is the concept of risk sharing that we're seeing at this point of time and how much equity is very important into the, I would say, the finance toolkit. Because eventually leverage was excessive for a very long period of time. And I think, and maybe this is on the economist level, I'm a banker by trade, but a lot of economists and even bankers knows that there is excessive leverage on the system and everyone is trying to downscale this. And if you downscale this, this means that you need to put more equity and a lot of risk sharing. That is the principle of Islamic finance, as Dr. Sami has just mentioned. The last thing I would say important is how to cater products and make our products very visible on the market. And I think this started to happen eventually by adoption by a lot of, I would say, agnostic investors that used not to invest in Islamic finance, but they're because they see the products I've just highlighted by Dr. Sami much more safer, but also giving the required, I would say, return with acceptable level of risk. So while we're doing this, I think we need to talk to the global markets with products that really appeal for them without losing our identity in terms of structuring. So this is where I see the visibility of products needs to be there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Muhammad. Professor, I think you got the answer. My take on this is the following. I think in 50 years' time, if we manage to double from 1% to 2%, then I think that, we were unsuccessful. I believe 50 years is a long time, especially with the exponential growth opportunity with the technology. It shall be much more than 2%, right? And if we cannot reach 2% in then the next 50 years, I think everyone in this room, and me first, shall not be forgiven by the history. We are collectively, individually, each one of us, and collectively, we are all carrying this responsibility to make sure that we do everything within our, capability to, increase this market share and to show the world. I give you an example. Professor and I both have lived in the West most of our lives. 10 years ago, there was nothing called vegan product in the West, right? The food, vegan food, it didn't exist. So vegetarian, you will see a few products. Vegan did not exist. In the last 10 years, I have witnessed that vegan has developed. It has carved its own market within the retail market, and it's everywhere in the West now, right? And there are processes, there are mechanisms in place for certification, for everything. There is additional cost as well. How come they have managed, the vegans, they have managed in 10 years to reach the point that we have not reached in, we do not have halal products as, apparent as vegan, and, we are having also difficulty in selling, our ideas, right? So I think there is, something that we need to consider, we need to think of, and we need to fix as well, at our end. So this is my take on this. Next question, last question, please, and then we will close the session. Okay, so no question. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the three gentlemen from ISDB with the dua that may Allah give you more power, inshallah, and may the bank grow and continue playing its role, a bigger role in the improvement of lives of in the world and also the humanity.
And give them life for 50 years.
Inshallah.
Thank you very much. Please, I would like to thank you very much. We're having a group picture. Thank you very much. I think that was very enlightening session on the role of Islamic Development Bank Group in the development of Islamic economics, banking and finance globally. Of course, we continue to pray that it continues to strengthen by the day and age, inshallah. So thank you very much, Brother Farooq Raza, for a very, very generous session. I thank Dr. Sami Swellam for spending his time. I thank you, Brother Abdul Qadir Farah, as well as Brother Muhammad Sharaf, for coming all the way and sharing your experiences and knowledge. Thank you very much. Is everyone looking forward to the lunch? We didn't hear as much of a clapping as we should hear at the day. So please join me in thanking them, please. Thank you very much. As we quickly move away, we will have 2 MOU signing ceremonies before we begin our next session. These are very, very important occasions. Institutions come together and they join hands in forming new partnerships, new collaborations for the benefit of the industry in general. So the 2 MOU signings that we have are very, very important. We are slightly pressed for time as well, so I would request our friends to let's wrap this up very quickly, because before lunch we have 1 session and 1 report to launch, inshallah. So, can you also please, excuse me, brother, mic them up, please. Where's Umar? सैयद भाई सैयद सैयद Okay, so the first signed is between AAOIFI and Afghanistan Banks Association. It is the banking association of Afghanistan. As all of you know, Afghanistan is moving towards converting its whole economy to Islamic, and they are forming a collaboration with AAOIFI in making sure that achieve that very, very optimistic task that is very, very important for the industry. So to sign the MOU, may I have the pleasure of inviting the Secretary General of AAOIFI, Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, to please join me on the stage. And may I also have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Najibullah Amiri, the Executive Director of Afghanistan Banks Association. Sure. No, they gave me this. I don't know. And can I also have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Yusuf Salim to please join us from the Central Bank of Afghanistan. Please join me in applauding or in praying for the goodness and barakah of this important collaboration that is being formed between AAOIFI and Afghanistan Banking Association. Mr. Najibullah Amiri would also like to share some key aspects on the development of Islamic banking and finance in Afghanistan. So please, I welcome you, Mr. Najibullah, for very, very brief remarks.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala. Dear esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, it is a great honor to say a few words on this august gathering. Taking this opportunity, I would like to extend my warmest greeting to the colleagues from the Afghanistan Bank, His Excellency Governor. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizer and sponsor for their invaluable efforts in making this significant event possible. It is an honor for me to present the Afghanistan Banking Association signing ceremony with AAOIFI. As we have signed the Memorandum of Understanding, we embark on a vital journey to strengthen the Afghan banking sector and deepen our commitment to Islamic banking principle. I kindly urge our partner at UFI to reconsider the cost associated with their services. Your understanding and support will be crucial for our progress. Indeed, capacity building for transition of Islamic banking is one of the most critical needs for Afghanistan's financial sector. We have a golden opportunity at this moment as the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan fully supportive and committed of Islamic finance initiative. Together, let's ensure that this partnership fosters meaningful collaboration and paves the way for a resilient banking future in Afghanistan. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Najibullah. I'm very, very thankful for your time. Thank you, and we hope that this definitely fosters new collaboration, open new avenues for potential growth for the Islamic bank and finance in Afghanistan. Then the second MOU that is being formed is between AAOIFI and Ajman. Ajman Bank has actually undertaken a very, very important step towards making sure that all of their staff is certified in the certificate of proficiency in Sharia standard. And it's a very important collaboration between AAOIFI and Ajman Bank to the agreement. We have Mr. Mustafa Al-Khalfawi, CEO of Ajman Bank, and joining him is, of course, our dear brother, and very, very kind of, inshallah. So please join me. Thank you very much. Very, very kind of you. Please join me in congratulating them for this very, very important collaboration. And we hope that other banks and financial institutions will follow the suit, inshallah, in making sure that all of their staff are trained in the Sharia standards that are mandatory for a number of jurisdictions. Much for your time. Sayyid, can we change the chairs, please, now? Please change the chairs. So we are slightly pressed for time, so I'll not go into a lot of introduction, but the next session is very, very important, a very, very pertinent one, and it focuses on the development of Islamic economics, banking and finance. Of course, Islamic finance, as all of you are aware, is more than Islam. A whole ecosystem that is developing very, very steadily, that is fostering the growth in different parts of the world, a term that we use, global Islamic economy, which combines the halal sector, be it be pharmaceutical, be it be halal travel, be it be media creation or cosmetics, together with Islamic finance, forms this overall global Islamic economy. Of course, a lot of concentration stands within Islamic banking and finance, and of course that has developed a lot in different parts of the world. But there is a potential for Islamic finance to move away from global Islamic economy, which is very, very pertinent. And of course, a number of different countries have taken important steps in making sure that the economy grows away from Islamic finance, or using Islamic finance as a stimuli to growing the Islamic economy overall. So the next session, inshallah, will be encouraging Islamic finance to transition from halal finance to halal economy. Inshallah. What are you doing? So joining me will be a very, very illustrious panel, mashallah, who again have spared a lot of time and joining us from different parts of the world. May I have the pleasure of inviting of the session, Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan, who is a member of Governance and Ethics Board at AAOIFI, and of course a professor of finance at the University of Orleans, who's traveled all the way from the United States to be part of this conference. So please join me, Dr. Kabir, on the stage. Joining him, we will have Mr. Farooq Raza, the chairman of AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board. The stage, Brother Farooq, very, very instrumental role in the development of Islamic banking and finance globally, and more importantly in the emerging markets where halal economy is definitely growing. We also have Mr. Ehsan Owood, Secretary General of the Standards and Metrology Institute for the Islamic Countries from Republic of Turkey. Please join me on the stage. And we have Mr. Firas Hamdan, the Executive Director of Human Resource at Bank du Liban, the Central Bank of Lebanon. Very, very distinguished speakers, leaders who have joined us, and inshallah we'll use the opportunity to see or hear their thoughts on how the transition can happen away from to Islamic economy, or using Islamic finance as a source to grow the overall Islamic economy, inshallah. So with that, I hand it over to Professor Kabir Hassan to take us through to the next session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I welcome you all to the first panel session titled Leveraging Islamic Transition from Halal Finance to Halal Economy. And with me, with the distinguished audience, we have three very important persons as panel members. We have Mr. Ehsan Owood, is the Secretary General of the Standards and Metrology Institute for the Islamic Countries. It's an OIC Turkey. We have Mr. Firas Hamdan, who is the Head of Human Resource, Central Bank of Lebanon. And of course, our dear Farooq Raza is the Chairman of the AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board. So just some road, we have 70 minutes for this session. So each speaker will get roughly 10 to 12 minutes. I'll run into two sessions, then I'll open the floor for discussion, and we will entertain questions from there. So I want to make this session as an interactive session. So with this, let me just start set the tone for our discussion. And we are going to follow according to the dimension. First Ehsan will talk, then Firas Hamdan, and finally Farooq Raza. So 1975, that the official time Islamic Development Bank came into existence. So interestingly, the forefathers of Islamic finance, when they envisioned they want to lead their financial life according to the Quran and Sunnah, no riba. But this halal economy and halal finance, the two things got separated. We never really talk about halal economy, and recently, for the last 3 years, it has become a traction. The Islamic finance falls under the halal economy system, and within this thing, finance is one part of it. Just recent figures to let you know that recently there was a numbers that has been published by Dinner Standard comes up with the global Islamic economy. And if you look at this global Islamic economy, it's roughly around, if you look at the halal industry, is about $2.5 trillion, another $4.5 trillion Islamic finance. So Islamic finance has taken over the entire Islamic halal ecosystem. Now, of course, not every countries are equal partners of this. Only 5 countries maybe are doing a lot of trade and in this sphere, like UAE, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Indonesia, and Malaysia. But the governments of a number of Islamic countries are playing a very critical role to promote the halal ecosystem. So whenever we talk about Islam, those are the Sharia scholars who look more like what the Sharia, nusus, or talk about this structure or the legal form of this Islamic finance. And one of the questions that I asked in the previous session, how can we make it 2%? One of the problems that we face, that product development, that really conforms to the finance, that's the role, but we want to make it halal, little better, that we need to bring not only negative prohibition driven, we also want to bring the positive aspect of Islamic finance, but we want to take another trajectory called halal al-tayyibah, is even better. Now the question is, how we can leverage Islamic finance. When we talk of the halal ecosystem, that we have a lot of demand side and supply side factors that really can improve. If you look at government, we have a very young population among the Muslim countries. We have also affluent population, and we have the digital economy crowdfunding that the other speakers about. We have also interaction. Now the supply side, the many governments of the country and also driven from the consumer or the citizens of the countries are asking for a halal lifestyle. When you talk about the halal lifestyle, it goes into different aspects of it. For example, you have halal logistics, halal medicine, halal vaccine, halal animal feed, halal cosmetics. So you can name it. So even the Islamic finance has taken over out of 7 trillion, about 4.5 trillion, more than close to 60%. How we can bring the Islamic finance system. Interestingly, the 3 largest beef exporter in the world happens to be Brazil, Australia, New Zealand. But if you ask them how they produce their halal beef that they supply to the rest of the world, are they using halal finance to produce that halal beef? Now, we can bring this halal economy into the system. Now, SME, if you look at the food industry, for example, crowdfunding is a new methodology, fintech we're using, is to, we say these SMEs are not too big, it's not good for VC, it's too risky for banks, or too small for Islamic microfinance. The question is how we can bring halal finance or Islamic finance to promote halal economy. Now, one of these things that I mentioned, lack of instruments, Islamic banking. There is also poor awareness of Islamic banking among the halal players, and poor intra-OIC trade, and sukuk targeting the halal industry. With this introduction, I want to our first panel member, Yusan Obut. You please shed your light on this topic in general.
moderator, professor. My name is Islamic, as my moderator is. I'm the Secretary General of Islamic. I want to convey my best regards from the standards bodies and the OIC institutions. The halal economy and the finance relation with the products and the other issues, and generally, despite the commendable growth in Sharia compliant finance, standardization remains a major challenge. For other halal lifestyles, unified standards are key elements. We need products. If you don't have products, you don't have selling something, you don't need finance. You maybe have a lot of money, but if you are not charging this money, is empty things. Then we have to back to economy. Real economy is products based on the treble of products. Our products should be halal. Producers, there's the products elements should be fully halal for Muslims. We have to know the halal for Muslims, not the alternatives. It's a must. Because Allah says, eat halal and tayyib together, not halal and not alternate together. But tayyib, sometimes we are mixing many things. What is really tayyib, what is not? From the finance, from the daily life, many things, najasat, etc., purity, many things we have to think on the Taiwan size. That reason, in the standards, we have to agree on if my products and your products are not produced in with same classification, with same such real condition, we cannot exchange. The standards are key rules for the free trade. The real economic unions like European Union, other sides, first charter for this unification is based, agree on clarification of standards, certification of products. If you agree on the classification of products, how will a product should be followed, which rules? And then you will start to the exchange of goods and then etc. That reason, then we cannot separate economy with finance. And finance is a different standard. We cannot be separated fully. They are very integrated. Islamic finance is considered previously applied practices. There should also be appropriate standardization. For that reason, international cooperation and collaboration on standardization are essential to ensure inclusively for contribution of industry players, standards bodies, and Islamic experts from the international academy such as. This holistic approach promotes sustainable business practices and transparency. By working in harmony, unified standards will protect the interests of stakeholders and drive the growth of a unified global market and meet both spiritual and economic needs. Acknowledging that unified standards are crucial as the CIMIC, the official organ of the OIC, for standardization, we can provide a platform to consolidate the efforts and the experience gained from the thus far. Furthermore, OIC through the Standing Committee for Economic Commercial Cooperation, COMSEC, has been exerting great efforts to gather in the Islamic finance industry to find the best approach to finding common initiatives. In this regard, COMSEC has established a working group for financial cooperation, which has more than 18 meetings to date. CIMIC is also actively following this, making contributions to the working group. So we will continue these initiatives and contribute the most effective way possible. Lastly, I want to say last word. We cannot separate finance and Islamic economy or Islamic lifestyle. They should all be together. We have to agree on unified standard, a unified system for halal finance. You cannot say this is our Turkish rules or Saudi rules or Pakistan rules. First of all, we have to have same accounting standards, same matters, and open a lot of banking branches for them. They're not alternate, they should support each other, certification and accreditation.
So you're going to answer while you're going to make your presentation, but I want to just shape your thought process, for your deliberation as a regulator, central banker, how the regulators can play implementing, facilitate the integration of Islamic finance into diverse economic sectors, support the growth of the halal economy. In addition to this, you also shed some light on the sovereign wealth fund, and also the fintech technology that is coming in the future, AI that we see.
Brother Kabir. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Before going into that, I want to talk about some things that were mentioned today that will be the basis to my point of view in response to your question. First of all, we have to distinguish between halal economy and Islamic countries, economies of Islamic countries. Because not all economies of Islamic countries are halal economies. We barely have new economies that are really considered Islamic economies. If you want to talk more about it, you can see it in figures. You asked just a few minutes ago, how can we reach 1% to 2% as financial assets, Islamic financial assets out of the global financial assets? Although a population for Islamic people is 23%, around a quarter of the global population. But the GDP, as in terms of GDP, it's like 5% of the global. Even there's no equality there. There's a difference in the ratios. But the 1% of the financial assets out of the total, that means we have a gap. We have a GDP of 5% for the Islamic countries of the OIC, but yet we only have 1% of the global financial assets. So we are still far from there. Before we talk about the global financial assets, let's talk about the Islamic countries first and the GDPs and the ratios with the GDPs of the Islamic countries before we go even to Brazil or any other country. Let's start with ourselves first, then go to others. That's first at this point. Now, what's happening is that these countries, for Islamic countries, mostly still rely on capitalism, socialism, not really going to Islamic economy. Okay, and if I want to relate it to my experience, when I first introduced to Islamic banking, it was in 2005 that's when the legislation of Islamic banking started in Lebanon and it was issued in Lebanon. I was excited and I wanted to go into it because I felt it's based on real economy. Because when you say it's asset-backed, asset-based, so we are talking about real economy, not fake or levelers financial economy that we have.
Because financial economy that we have currently, every couple of years, bunch of years, we have a crisis and everything is changing. But if we rely on real economy, which is the Islamic way, when you have asset-backed, asset-based operation and products, that will be safer, stable, sustainable, and more effective. Now, to go there, there's what you call it, deficiency, or we are late in going there because everyone say we don't have the expertise, especially for scholars and Islamic experts and so on. But if I noticed yesterday in the opening of the capital, building capital week, Brother Omar mentioned that AAOIFI has currently around 450 plus experts working with them and like yourselves. That means for one institution having this number of, and even in the panel before, Dr. Suwailim was mentioning how many experts that there exist in the market now as in view of the IDB. So we have this expertise, it exists now. Reason, or allow to say, we can't go there, we can improve ourselves. Now, what I noticed that what I mean real innovation is that we rely on Sharia basis to innovate. Rather, the innovation is focused more on mimicking or Islamizing conventional products. That doesn't mean that it's not Islamic and it's not Sharia compliant. No, it's fully Islamic and Sharia compliant, but the basis starts from there. That's why till now we focus on sukuk. But a lot of people, when you say sukuk, first thing they say, oh, Islamic bonds. The first thing that come into intention, their intention is that we are talking about Islamic bonds. What we need more from the experts is to innovate, really innovation, based from basic operations of Sharia that will give us new products that we can go for it. So we need the expertise, we need more awareness for the people to be aware about Islamic products, new products, or existing developed products, and for them to assess, do they want just a profit or they want this profit, even if it's less, with Sharia flavor, with Sharia compliance products. When we have this mixture, now we'll come to the regulators. Now regulators can step in and lead the way. Okay? We need the triggers. So, for example, I will give a small example as trigger. Unfortunately, due to Gaza war and the boycott, what happened is that people went into new products, and even if not new product, all existing, but they didn't go to the traditional products. So these products emerged, and we have in the market new products for that. We don't need really for this tragic events to give us a trigger to go there. Regulators, legislation, and so on can do that. But to do that, we need the market also with us. As mentioned in the earlier session, IDB said that we need the market to lead. So it's not always regulator, the interference of regulator is a healthy issue to do, but yes, it may be a trigger when you have the ground for that. You have enough expertise, you have awareness, and they can work on that. Then the regulators can come with their regulations to favor Islamic products and so on. When you favor these Islamic products, gradually you will be transforming the economy from conventional economy to halal economy. because you introduce more halal products that you can work on through Islamic finance.
The question that I had in this morning, how can we make 1% to 2%? We really need human capital. Those who can come up with new products, Sharia compliant, helping the halal economy, closing the gap between halal finance and halal economy. Having said this, now I want to turn to our brother Farooq Raza. I know Farooq has something to say, but I want him also, if you could channel his thoughts, how the Islamic social finance can be integrated, such as zakat, waqf, sadaqah, to halal initiatives with social impact. So if you could also add something with your deliberation.
Thank you, Professor Kabir. Thank you, Professor Kabir. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Right. For me, I think there is a more fundamental question. How do we define halal economy? So, the general perception that I see in the market, people are referring to halal, to modest fashion, to halal food, to pharmaceuticals, maybe cosmetics, and, some tourism. This is halal economy. I completely disagree with this, because I believe that as Muslims, everything that we do about, our economic activity has to be halal. And, whether we are an employer, whether we are an employee, whether we are a trader, whether we are a financier, whether, whatever, we have to think halal and we have to live our life, in a halal way. This is not a question of choice. This is an obligation for us. This is mandatory for us. We cannot get away with just doing, this is not a la carte system where, okay, so this thing in my life I want to have halal, and this thing, it's okay, to have haram as well. No, we actually cannot have this. This is the way I think we need to think, and this is how we have to shape our policies also, in our jurisdictions, in our countries, in our organizations, and in our families as well, right? So, I think this is the first and the foremost thing. So I think we need to think wider about halal economy, and let's not limit ourselves, in these, 5 or 6, sectors. Everything to do, whether it's, just livestock, for example, it can be, production of, I don't know, maybe, some mechanical parts, but that has to be also halal in a way that it's finance halal, the human resources actually being, dealt with in a halal way, and so on and so forth. So if I come, to your specific point, Professor, I think this is a very, very important point here that a lot of times is actually missing. And, this social finance, whether it's zakat or it's sadaqat or it's, waqf, or even, there is actually a very big amount of money within, the Muslim community around the world. And I think Brother Firas, he mentioned that we are almost, nearly quarter of, the world population. Among all the Muslim communities around the world, there is one big amount of money sitting, and that's our Hajj savings, right? So all this money is available, and it has to be channeled in a way that it actually helps with the objectives that have been set out by Sharia already. So, why we have poor people around us if everybody is actually paying their zakat, and everyone is doing their, discharging their duty as their neighbor, as the employer, as the job creator, as the government official, then there shall not be poverty. And people who are looking for opportunities, they shall be helped. But unfortunately, this is not helping. This is not happening, and this is due to the lack on the policy side. Now, let me share my own personal experience. About 10 years ago, I think IFAS, the company that I represent, was commissioned by ISDB actually, right, for the government of Indonesia to develop the world's first national master plan for Islamic finance. So before that, there was never any national master plan done for any country. So Indonesia, being the largest Muslim country by population and a G20 economy, they decided to do this, and the project was commissioned to us. Now, when our team went to Jakarta and we started the project, we were actually quite surprised, rather astonished, to see that in the scope they have given us, not only banking, non-banking, capital markets, etc., 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 but there were also the religious funds. So we asked them, brothers, what do you mean by these religious funds? So they said, we want you to look at our Hajj funds, our zakat system, our waqf, framework,
and our they call it anfaq fi sabilillah or sadaqat, etc. How we can bring this into our financial sector. So that was very interesting, and that was very challenging for us as well, because to be honest with you, until at that time, we were always, as consultants, we were thinking of the financial system, the financial institutions, other things, regulations, etc. But we actually did not think of this, that how it shall be integrated as well. So cut the story short, we had to work very hard. We had to be actually challenging a lot of status quo, and then we came up with some innovative ideas, and that helped tremendously. There was a huge amount, multi-billion-dollar worth of money that was actually sitting in Hajj savings, and that was actually not doing anything for the country or for the people. So we had to create, we had to do a lot of reforms introduced in the master plan, and then on the back of that, the first time, on the likes of Tabung Haji in Malaysia, Indonesian government also set up their Hajj fund, and that Hajj fund actually, started deploying, those savings into the economy, and plus, there was, we also introduced a zakat system that will be also helping, and Waqf also to help the entrepreneurs as well, right? So this is something that has helped tremendously in growing, Islamic finance sector in Indonesia. When we did the master plan, it was at 4.9%, the market share of Islamic finance in the country. I was recently in Jakarta, I think like 3 weeks ago, and they told me that in 8 years from the rollout of the master plan, they have actually managed to more than double the market share. So currently it's 11.4. So this means actually, and they also told me that the social funds or the religious funds have actually played a key role in this growth, because now people have started seeing the value, right? So it's not only just about Islamic banks or the central bank doing something, or the sukuk being issued. So all this is happening, and of course this is very much required, but people have started seeing the value, especially coming from the religious funds and the social side as well. So this is something that can be actually, it shall be integrated fully to the system.
Thank you, Brother Farooq Raza. Actually, I'm very... thank you, Brother Farooq Raza, for your very nice deliberation. I just want to, of course, what is halal? I mean, I just want to quote something from our Quran, Surah 5, Ayat 87 to 88, English translation. O you who believe, forbid not good things that God has made lawful for you, and that do not exceed the limits. Surely God loves not those who exceed the limits, and eat of the lawful and good that has God given you, and keep your duty to God in whom you believe. So of course, the concept of halal life, halal economy, everything comes from the Quran and Sunnah. That's the starting point. Now the question is, you are talking about the halal economy. Now the brother Firas Hamdan, coming from central banking or banking regulation perspective, that we really financialization, real economy versus financial economy. At one time, if you look at the world real economy and financial economy, it's about 50 times bigger than the real economy. So the money chasing too few goods, and we do not want to fall under the same trap of Islamic finance. Instead of helping the real economy, it's leveraging the real economy. We want to get away from this, and from where he was emphasizing product development. And we need this talent. We need these people, scholars, the future, that who understand Sharia, who understand modus operandi of financial transaction, and also who understand fintech. Because without fintech, the future will be bleak. But my question actually in the morning that I asked, how can you make 2%? What I see, our investment of our future talent development has been not to the expected level. AAOIFI is playing a very important role, but that is not enough. We really need to start with the academic institutions. We need to change our curriculum so that we can build the scholars who can come up with the financial instruments based on Sharia, which can help the real economy. Now with this thing, I know we are getting late. I want to open the floor so you can ask question any of this member, but Firas, you want to say something? Yes.
Just a remark. When you are talking about financial AI, when you are talking about AI, hello? Hello? Hello. Working now? Okay. Just a remark. You asked about fintech. I didn't answer. About fintech, and you asked earlier, where are we after 50 years? And you related that to AI. Well, according to the way it's going with AI, I think after 50 years, we may be sitting there, but robots will be sitting here instead of people. So we need fintech, we need AI, but we have to be careful there where we are going.
No, actually, when you talk about regulation, we say that the market has to come forward in order to help them, but sometimes the regulators also have to shape the market. Like the AI, if you really do not really channel the AI development, it might really eat us up, and that will be more detrimental than anything else. Thank you, Fida. Missed one part of the takaful part of developing or finding the bridge between halal finance and halal economy. If any one of you can shed light on the takaful role, how it can play.
Okay, so thank you, Professor. So let me share with you, Alhamdulillah, I have been exposed actually to, many different jurisdictions where we have tried to help build this Islamic finance ecosystem. And takaful is always, something that actually usually gets ignored or overlooked because, it's perceived to be a small thing, but it's not actually, because this is something that has the potential to help not only the individuals, the businesses, but also the whole country and, the society to, be stronger and to be more resilient. Now, one of the things that I see as a big challenge is actually, the lack of vision that I would say in any given jurisdiction, where, people will make claims that, oh, we want to be the hub for Islamic finance, we want to do this and we want to be that. But there is actually no real plan. So how we are going to do that? And, what are the components that we need to have in the jurisdiction? How do we build this ecosystem? I've seen in many countries, where they have issued, for example, an Islamic banking law, right? And then they sit back and think, okay, so now, the market is going to evolve on its own. How many banks opened, Islamic banks opened in that country? None. Because law is not the only only thing that you need in a jurisdiction. Similarly, you will have a small, takaful operator starting, but then there is lack of regulation, then there is, lack of investment opportunity. This is the biggest killer for any takaful operator. There isn't enough, liquid assets available, investable assets available, to the takaful operators. So it's actually the responsibility of the stakeholders of the market to think about these things and to bring all these things together because they support each other. So we cannot expect, Islamic banks to grow or Islamic businesses, Islamic economy to grow if there is no takaful there. But to make takaful work and operational and make it, sustainable, we also need to give them the opportunity to have different investable, assets as well. And this is, something where a lot of policy intervention is required, and that policy intervention will actually come from the vision, and that vision shall be, a much comprehensive one, a bigger one, where, we think about all these things and we provide, we bring the provisions, to develop this infrastructure and the ecosystem.
Thank you, Brother Farooq. I just want to ask one last question to you are representing an organization and you have Halal Summit every year in Istanbul. Now, what sort of policy framework from your organization along with OIC as an outfit that you can think of, like establishing special economic zones or halal hubs that can integrate Islamic finance, halal standards, and targeted business incentives?
Thank you very much. You have to know that as Islam first came to us, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, prophet time, two peoples. At that time, people was rich. Now people are poor. People are workers. Company is rich. Each family has a company, family members, a worker company. We have to change our company to Islamic ID. Because we are not concerned, we are just looking at people, but companies destroying our Islamic life. That reason in the CIMIC, we are with member states, we are producing standards for companies. We are not looking, because for people, Sharia institutions like academies or religious ministers are not for the people, change, advise them. How we will have for certification bodies a real ID, Islamic ID, certification and producers, and then finance, and from the finance to last production, how will be sure there is nothing against Islam, against Quran, against Prophet words, Sunnah. Standards together from the beginning to end, from our life, all part of life, what our members need, we are studying on. Till now we have developed 20 standards, majority for the system, how we'll establish a real system. We will be sure this company producing halal products from finance to final product, and then how we will see as a traceability. For example, you are seeing in the market, you are buying a logo with halal logos products, and you say it is halal, can eat. Tomorrow, if you are checking the labs, you see any wrong things, any pork, DNAs, etc. What will do? Someone to be punished, some to be declared they are playing with the people, because we have to know halal is as ibadah, but not other things. Halal finance is our, we have to be see as a must of Muslim and the full economy from all parts of economy, because Allah says only eat, only drink, only consume halal things together. As for your questions, now we are studying on the many standards from pharmacy to, as you say, hub, but not easy to make consensus. We have a lot of different culture from Africa to Asia, from Europe to Middle East, but we have to, as a Muslim, to be unified in short time, not many years, not 15 years, not another years, and then we have to promote halal finance not only to Muslims, to all humanity, because Allah says, "Ya ayyuhan nas," all people, all humanity should consume halal. Tomorrow we don't know who will be Muslim. These are our own responsibilities. Thank you for this question.
Thank you, Brother Ihsan. Indonesia, every month, the October, they declare the Sharia economy month. So they are trying to promote Islamic economy as a whole holistic way, not only the Islamic finance. And probably we can learn from the Indonesian experience. I find this very interesting. It's not only in Jakarta, it's all over the Indonesia. They have different activities happening. Now with this, I want to open the floor. There are 3 questions, one from this side, one in the middle, and one in the on my left side. So in the middle one. Let me start with the middle, brother. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dr. Mansour, Head of Sharia in Bank Nazwa, Sultanate Oman. I think that the important strategy to achieve this goal is the regional and international integration by enhancing the cooperation between the Islamic country to develop the halal among their countries, and unifying the standard and the specifications, and facilitate the trade and financial between or among the Islamic country. This is the important strategy, I think, that to serve this goal. Thank you.
So thank you. So it was not a question, just your assessment. Thank you very much. In the back behind you.
Assalamu alaikum. Hisham Al-Tuhami Abdullah Suleiman, Sudan, Deputy CEO from Nile Banks in Sudan. Thank you for the distinguished guests and thank you for the speakers. I think this is a very important issue. Now there is a big difference between Islamic techniques of finance and halal economy, or Islamic economy. We have another point of strength in our Islam, just like waqf and zakah وكل هذه نقاط القوة. How we can bridge the gap and how we can integrate between these and the Islamic techniques of finance and the products and the other products to build a very strong economy. And how these techniques of finance can affect the macroeconomy in our Islamic economy. Thank you very much.
I just want to share one piece of information. I was in Saudi Arabia, and there is a AAOIFI authority, and they have done a study in Saudi Arabia about $495 billion of AAOIFI. Those are registered with the Saudi government, but those are registered and unregistered is about $1 trillion. And Brother Farooq Raza was talking about that issue in the context of Indonesia. Now the point is the amount of money that we have in Waqf. Now you have to employ those properties so they generate enough revenue that can help the other sectors. Unfortunately, we are not very good in managing what we have, and we need to really look into this thing so that we can generate money and that revenue can help, promote halal industry, the gap between halal finance and Islamic economy. So that's the point Brother Farooq Raza have mentioned. I just want to add something. There's another hand was there. Please, brother. Yeah.
So, firstly, I do agree with the standardization across all of Islamic banking institutions. I do agree with it has to cover all of our economy, every aspect of our living, and I also do agree about the unity. Now, there is an initiative that is enforced in a lot of our institutions. It's ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance sustainability. What that currently is being enforced is with Western principles. What it's missing is Quran and Islamic principles. What we should be doing is enforcing our way within all our industries, within all our institutions. What is your opinion of that? Why do we continue to follow Western, where Islamic Islam from olden days, a lot of knowledge, a lot of education, and everything else came from Islam. Why do we still need to follow Western standards?
I got your question, so thank you. One more question from that side, and then I'll ask the panel members to answer.
Assalamu alaikum, Anwar Sajari. A question to Prof. Kabir and the panelists. I would like to give an antithesis question actually. The topic is Islamic economy, which is very vast, and I think as of now, it is remain as a theoretical. The Islamic finance institution right now, whether banking institution or takaful, we breathe within the capitalism and fractional reserve banking. For as long as it is there, forget about Islamic economy. So now, we would like to learn from the panelists. From your point of view, even though it is hypothesis, right? What's your thought on alternative to this fractional reserve banking? For as long as it is there, Islamic economy cannot function within the capitalism. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So we have two questions on ESG. I mean, ESG is very much in Maqasid al-Sharia. Actually, West has borrowed ideas from us, so that will be my short answer. About you, I brother agree with you fully. You know, the Quran, Allah has forbidden riba, but Allah hasn't said, give me a bank. So the bank, the construct, is our human construct, and we have borrowed an idea from conventional banking system, fractional reserve. Even the Western countries, you know, they have the thoughts about how, because all the instability that happens, financialization that happens because of the fractional reserve banking system. I agree with you fully, brother, with you. If you want to have real Islamic economy, the real economy that you're talking about, non-leveraging, non-financialization, we really need to get away from the banking model. In order to get the essence of Islamic finance, we really need to develop non-banking Islamic financial models. Unless we do this, we will not be able to integrate the real economy, Islamic finance, halal economy, whatever you name it. And I want to give floor to each of my panel members to answer any last thoughts or any of the questions they have raised.
Just to the brother who asked about why we wait for the Western to give us some products or some new innovations or something like that. Because I don't know the answer, but I know we have a lack in that, and we should have been more advanced before the Western. So you see in the surah, in the story of Yusuf in the Quran, when the Prophet asked his children to go from different doors, this is risk mitigation. When you have diversifying risk, and when you set the wheat and when the first 7 years till the next 7 years, that's provisioning. It's there from 15th century ago, but we didn't take it. We waited till others started talking about diversifying risk and risk mitigation and provisioning.
Thank you very much. I'm not from the banking system. I'm just the regulatory authority, standardization bodies. That they can say we have, as we are Muslim, our responsibility is very high because all forbidden in Quran for Muslims. We cannot look the why non-Muslim are eating riba, other systems very bad, etc. We have to help the Muslim, and where the Muslim living, we have to serve to them. If we have banking, I have to go London, I have to go other countries, open branch, and help the Muslim, local Muslim there. And we also know there is no any Islamic food, halal food or not halal food. Islamic food, if you say today Islamic food, tomorrow another religion will start their religious foods. We don't have any holy food. We have a holy book and Sunnah. We have to have halal food. With terminology, we don't have many we are not using same terminology because of the country condition, secular system make breach, forbidden for you use the Sharia, etc. We all Muslim, we have different conditions. We have to say we have the same, we have meaning same, meaning should be same. For example, go to Malaysia, they are using Muslim friendly. For me, it's a very dangerous word because Muslim friendly is sense is very good, but meaningless. Why? What is meaning Muslim friendly? Halal. Halal is halal. Participation banking is not good terminology for Turkey. They should say halal finance. Halal is enough for us because we don't have to look alternate. Islamic rules enough. We don't. We say same thing. It's Sharia rules. Some people in the West and the secular countries afraid. Sharia is different, like they say. It's another Islam. Islam is everywhere. Islamic rules is the same everything. But in the standards and bodies, we have to concentrate on the producers, companies, and products. How there will be assurance of the halalness to serve halal to our members and brothers and sisters and all humanity. Thank you very much.
Ihsan, Brother Farooq Raza.
Thank you, Brother Kabir. There is a saying in Farsi that that means that a perfume, a good perfume is the one that actually you can smell yourself without the seller, the perfume seller telling you that this is a nice perfume, right? The problem that we have here is that we talk a lot about Islam, we talk about Islamic finance, we talk about Islamic economy, but we are those perfume sellers who are just putting the perfume in everyone's nose and saying, guys, come on, tell us how beautiful this perfume is. If it was really beautiful, they will smell it. If there are people if we have to convince people that it is a nice perfume, then we have a problem with our perfume, or we have a problem with ourselves. So the point I'm making here is, this is my concluding remark, that we need to do a stock check of what we are doing, and we need to do also some thinking and some action on how we improve things and how we make this the perfume that smells itself, and that is by creating value through real economy. Now, how do we do that? I think this is a challenge that will probably require a much longer discussion. We are out of time now, unfortunately, but this is I think a work in progress, and we all have to contribute to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Firas Hamdan, Ihsan Abud, and Farooq Raza, and the audience for attending and listening to us. And final word from me, we really need to purify ourselves as well. Otherwise, everything else we talk about probably will be meaningless, will not be blissful from God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, very, very esteemed panel, for your very, very enlightening remarks. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for spending your time and joining us. I thank you very much, and over and above, I thank Professor Kabir Hassan for chairing the session very, very ably. If you can just take a very quick group picture with a smile, Professor Kabir. Well, thank you very much, Brother Farooq Raza, for spending your time, Mr. Ihsan Abud, and Brother Firas Hamdan. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, between the lunch and yourselves is just a very, very brief session. However, a very, very important session, a very, very pertinent one, something that we look up to every year to hear how has the industry performed over the last year, how has the industry grown, and what are the new variables that are playing a more important role in the development of Islamic banking and finance globally. And London Stock Exchange Group has been playing an instrumental role in providing and issuing a very, very important report, what we call the Islamic Finance Development Indicator Report. And this year, inshallah, it is the 12th year that they launched this annual report. And they have been launching it every year, something that all of us look up to and look forward to. So all that growth that we have talked about in this session, moving away from Islamic finance to Islamic economy, we see what has been this growth. So I urge you to please stay with us and hear these new numbers, because tomorrow in Zawiya and Islamic Finance News, these are the numbers that are going to be reported. So I am very, very pleased to welcome my dear brother Mustafa Adil, the head of Islamic Finance at London Stock Exchange Group, to please share with us some of the insights and enlightening discussion through this report, which is not just a report based on one variable, but it's a multivariate variables, a number of variables that play an instrumental role in ranking countries based on their development and growth in Islamic banking and finance. So please join me, Brother Mustafa Adil. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming. And I promise you, this is the last session before lunch. So, we can have a louder applause, inshallah.
Thank you, Brother Rizwan. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam ala Sayyidina wa Nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I am delighted to be here with you today to present the key findings of our annual Islamic Finance Development Indicator that is developed as a joint venture between ICD from the Islamic Development Bank Group and the London Stock Exchange Group. As my dear brother Rizwan mentioned, this is the last presentation before lunch. This is a hot seat. And as we are already delayed for lunch, I'm sure it is even hotter. But I do want to take some time to go through some of the key findings of the report. As an introduction, for those who are not familiar, the Islamic Finance Development Indicator was developed as an initiative to measure the growth and development of the Islamic finance industry across multiple key dimensions. Obviously, we look at the financial performance, which is very, very important, and we look at it across the different asset classes of the industry, but we go beyond that. We look at governance in different markets. We look at the increasing role of sustainability. We look at the knowledge indicator to see how knowledge is being spread and developed around the industry. And we look at awareness for Islamic finance in some of the key markets that it needs to operate in. And we capture that, we rationalize that, we create comparability between markets to see where different countries and institutions stand. When we look at the overall development of the industry, we see something that is very, very interesting, and you can see that in the global map, and that is that Islamic finance does touch, in some manner, some capacity, almost every country in the world. Yes, there is a concentration in key markets like the GCC, Southeast Asia, certain markets in Africa and Asia, but virtually every market in the world has some element of Islamic finance, whether that is banking, whether that is asset management, whether that is sukuk issuance, whether that is simply educational courses or awareness around it, it does touch everything. When we look at the ranking of the development of the countries, we see most of the countries in Southeast Asia, the GCC, some South Asian countries play a prominent role. What is very interesting is a couple of markets have really progressed in the last year in the indicator. The UAE has jumped 2 spaces to number 3. Pakistan has jumped 2 places to number 5. And what is the common thread amongst all the markets in the top 5 countries is that all of them have a comprehensive Islamic finance development strategy or roadmap that is being rolled out in those markets. Malaysia, through the relaunch of MIFC and other initiatives, has their Islamic finance strategy. In Saudi Arabia, you have embedded within the Vision 2030 a very prominent area for the development of Islamic finance in that market. The UAE has worked extensively last year and the year before in promoting sustainability guidelines and other sustainability initiatives, and is on the verge of launching their 7-year Islamic finance strategy to align with their Vision 2031. Indonesia, through KNEKS, has an Islamic finance strategy, and Pakistan has rolled out Islamic finance strategy to convert the entire ecosystem into a Sharia-compliant ecosystem. So we do see that having government-led strategies in place does impact the development of the Islamic finance industry in these markets. When we look at the global market, we see that the Islamic finance total assets in 2023 had nearly touched $5 trillion. It was $4.9 trillion across the different asset classes. It is projected to grow to $7.5 trillion in the next 5 years by 2028. We saw 11% growth in assets in 2023. We saw that Islamic financial institutions nearly reached 2,000 institutions, 1,981. And when we look at the breakup of the market, we still see the 2 segments that dominate: Islamic banking making up 72% of assets, sukuk making up 18%, collectively making up 90% of the Islamic finance industry. And we will deep dive a little bit more into these 2 particular asset classes as well. So looking at Islamic banking makes up about $3.6 trillion in assets today, projected to grow to $5.2 trillion in 5 years. There's about 600 Islamic banks or Islamic banking windows that operate in different markets. So roughly 1/3, almost 30% of the total Islamic financial institutions consist of banking institutions. And we can see the top markets, as we would expect: Iran, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia there. Islamic banking actually grew a little bit faster than the overall industry at 12% in the last year. When we look at Sukuk, again, $860 billion in Sukuk assets outstanding as of the end of 2023, 9% growth. This is projected to grow to 1.5 trillion. And we see increasingly more and more non-OIC markets entering the Sukuk space as well and tapping into Islamic capital markets to be able to leverage and utilize Sharia-sensitive capital to be able to roll out their economic development strategies. Islamic funds had a tremendous growth last year, growing at 16% year on year to hit $250 billion in assets. And that is also projected to grow to about $396 billion as well. And again, these are disclosed funds. We know that
Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, between you and the lunch is nothing anymore. And we thank Brother Mustafa to finish, wrap up the presentation very, very quickly. So we have the next session as lunch. The lunch is being served in the hall, which is on the left. So if you walk outside, the lunch will take a left, and you may want to start, making yourselves towards that. So if I can request Brother Amir, if you can please open up the doors. And I also request everyone to be back in the room at 2:30, please. We are, we are pressed for time. Unfortunately, we had no choice but to reduce the lunch time allowed. So please, let's start the next session at 2:30 sharp, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure again to resume our sessions today with session number 2, entitled The Role of Islamic Finance in Establishing Sustainable Supply Chains and Ensuring Food Security in Muslim-majority countries. Main topics of this session will include challenges within current food supply chains in Muslim-majority countries and the limitations posed by conventional financing methods. Also, among the topics, we will have strategies for integrating Islamic finance principles into the agricultural and food production sectors to enhance resiliency and sustainability. The role of Islamic finance or social and commercial microfinance instruments in supporting food security initiatives and promoting sustainable agriculture. The need for collateral management and electronic warehousing setups to support and streamline the food supply chains. The role of technology and digitalization in enhancing supply chain transparency and traceability, the importance of collaboration between financial institutions, agribusinesses, and policy makers in advancing food security and sustainable practices. Also, we will have topics like ensuring equitable access to financing and resources for smallholder farmers to boost their participation in the food supply chain, and potential for multinational Islamic financial institutions in initiating strategic relationships between stakeholders in their respective jurisdictions. May I invite to the floor Mr. Chairman, Honorable Dr. Ashrat Hussain, former Chairman of AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board, Kingdom of Bahrain, and former Governor, State Bank of Pakistan in Pakistan. Please, Dr. Ashrat. The mics, please. Our session will feature distinguished panelists, Dr. Sayyid Nazim Ali, Director of Research Division and Center of Islamic Economics and Finance, College of Islamic Studies, Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, Dr. Bello Lawal Danbatta, member of AAOIFI Accounting Board, Kingdom of Bahrain, and former Secretary General of IFSB Malaysia, and Dr. Yahya Alimur Rahman, Global Lead Islamic Finance Advisory Knowledge Solutions, Islamic Development Bank, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and last but not least, Dr. Khalid Khalifa, Senior Advisor on Islamic Philanthropy, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, United Arab Emirates. Please, sirs. Mr. Chairman, the mic is yours.
most of the exports of Muslim countries, major Muslim countries, and also minor Muslim countries are also derived from agriculture sector. In agriculture sector, if the incomes go up, is also the market for the consumer goods produced by the urban areas. So not only from the food security point of view, but for improved income standards of living, poverty reduction, removal of urban-rural disparities, agriculture plays a very important role. And that's why this topic, how to integrate Islamic finance into the production, distribution of agriculture and food products becomes important. I give you the example of my own country, where my expectation when I started Islamic finance as the governor in 2001 was that the conventional banks are not paying much attention towards the agriculture lending. Most of their lending was to the corporate sector, trading, high net worth individuals, or commercial. Because of its nature, Islamic finance is supposed to be equitable. My expectation was that these neglected sectors, including the SME, the low-cost housing, the mortgage financing, would receive attention and resources from Islamic banks, but that's not the case. After 24 years, 23 years, they are only getting 11.5% of the total private sector lending from Islamic banks. And conventional banks are doing the same. They are almost 15%. So my proposal to the Islamic banks is that you have to behave differently from the conventional banks in order to stick to the principles which the equitable distribution of start with the first speaker, which is Mr. Yahya Alimur Rahman. He's the global lead of the Islamic Finance Advisory Knowledge Solutions at Islamic Development Bank. And I would request him to talk about the concept of the food security and the initiatives which the Islamic Development Bank has taken in order to help the countries of the member countries of the Islamic Development Bank overcome some of these problems in the food insecurity.
Thank you, Dr. Sid. Can we have the presentation, please? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let me start first and foremost by thanking AAOIFI for providing this opportunity to speak on this very important topic of food security. As we know, food security is as old as humanity itself. You know, there's been evidence of silos and storage of grain. There was reference made to in the Quran. And how food needs to be preserved. Now, generally, when people talk about food security, it's the common understanding is it's just about the availability of food. But a more comprehensive definition of food security is that safe and nutritious food to meet the
requirements and their preferences to be able to live an active and healthy life. So if we deconstruct that definition, it's not just about the availability. If you can move to the next slide, please. There are certain elements to food security. The first is availability. So obviously food has to be grown, it has to be available, and this it has to be distributed. But just the availability of food is not sufficient. People need to have a physical and economic access to it as well. And physically means that it has to be available in their location, income and the means to access and buy that. Now that requires an entire network of availability from farm to market. It means that there has to be transportation, it means there has to be storage, and there has to be a market where it can be fairly traded and be accessed. Beyond that, utilization is also very important. So you may have availability and access, but how do you actually use the food and to ensure that it is safe and it has the appropriate nutritional value that is required. And last but not least is the stability, because given the volatility that happens in the markets due to man-made and natural disasters, to ensure that in the times of turmoil and uncertainty, the food is still available at a reasonable price and in reasonable quantities. Next slide, please. Now, we all know that food security has become one of the paramount issues and challenges in our times. And this is driven by numerous factors. And of course, I do the exhaustive list right now. But one of the key poverty can be due to lack of income, lack of financial resources. But this means that even when food is available, people do not have the ability to access that food. And these factors are interlinked. So a lot of the poverty is coming not only from the lack of economic development, but also conflict. So we see that we live in a time of civil unrest, of political uncertainty, of war, of genocide, and you can see that the Muslim IDB member countries are disproportionately affected by conflict, and that is leading to displacement, to the destruction of sources of food, and that is causing malnutrition. Similarly, there are natural factors that contribute to food insecurity as well, such as floods, droughts, and storms. And again, that is linked to the next factor, which is climate change, which is resulting in extreme weather events where we see floods, unseasonal weather changes which destroy crops, and as a result of that, result in a lack of food availability and shortages. I'm not going to go into too much detail for this because the lack of time. And next slide, please. Next slide. So just to put some numbers around what's happening, and I'm going to go through this very quickly. So in 2023, there were 282 million people in 59 countries that were suffering from acute food insecurity, and they required assistance. Next slide, please. And if we look at the countries which were suffering from acute food insecurity, you will see that in the list of countries, there are a lot of countries from sub-Saharan Africa, and a lot of these countries belong to the IDB member countries. And altogether, 281 million people were suffering from food insecurity. And if you go through the list, you can see that the member countries, for numerous reasons which I mentioned earlier, have been facing. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, when it comes to food insecurity, the segment of society that gets most acutely influenced by it are women and children. As you can see, there's about 72, 73 million children which were suffering some form of malnourishment and had due to food insecurity. Next slide, please. Next slide. I think you missed one slide. Go back. Yes. Next. And one of the things that was mentioned by Dr. Ishrat in his introduction is that one of the key hallmarks of our times is the increased escalation and protracted conflicts and climate change events and hardship. And that has resulted in refugees, asylum seekers, displaced people, and people which are displaced within their own countries. And you can see that there's millions and millions of people that are now very much exposed to food insecurity, in addition to other forms of inability to access healthcare, education. But basic nutrition is becoming a global phenomenon. The numbers are just to give an example that this is a global issue which is disproportionately affecting developing countries and the IDB member countries. Next slide, please. Now, the IDB, as you know, is a multilateral development institution which is based on a unique model of South-South cooperation. Now, the IDB is also unique in the sense that it is the only multilateral development bank which sees Islamic finance as one of its key strategic pillars, and it focuses on using Islamic finance as a means to an end to achieve sustainable development goal. Now, I know that my colleagues are going to talk about the different modes of Islamic finance and their relevance to food security, but we feel that from the creation of safety nets through Islamic social finance, through zakat and sadaqah and waqf, to providing Islamic microfinance to small farmers and smallholders, to supporting the SME industry, to creating the infrastructure that is needed for access from farms to cities and towns and ports, to providing the trade finance services which is required for the import of food materials, to supporting the agriculture sector in terms of fertilizer, in terms of access to technology, Islamic finance, and to support services that can play a very critical role in providing food security to the member countries. Next slide, please. In fact, the new strategy, the IDB group strategy, is based on two pillars, of which one is the green, resilient and social infrastructure. And the relevance of that is that there is a renewed focus within the group to financing agriculture and rural development interventions and projects. And the second pillar, which is focusing on inclusive human capital development, and these are aligned with the sustainable development goals of no poverty. Next slide, please. So, in the wake of the allocated $10.5 billion to address the
issue of food insecurity. And this was supposed to be channeled both in the short and immediate term and in the medium term.
So in the short term, there was emergency food and input supply that was required for countries that were affected by COVID, and to provide the social protection and livelihood support. And in the medium term, the rural livelihood, resilience to climate shocks, ensuring that supply systems and other agricultural subsectors were supported. Next slide, please. And this is just not an initiative and an announcement. In fact, I'm happy to report that as of 31st August 2024, 68.5% of the pledged amount have actually translated into approved projects. And as you can see, this is not an effort just by the IDB, but it was a group coalition. So the IDB group, 1.2 billion was approved by the IDB. There was 24.1 million approved by the Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development. And I would like to make a point here that Dr. Ishaq was instrumental in setting up the Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development. Please go back to the previous slide. Previous. One back. And not only was it done through the entities, but also in terms of providing the political cover, in terms of insurance was provided by Isaac, and we ensured that the disbursement was fast-tracked. So 3.3 billion out of the 4.6 billion that was approved was actually disbursed by the Trade Finance Corporation to ensure that the funds are available and they are made available to the member countries to address the immediate and pressing needs about food security. Next slide, please. Now, to give you an idea of where these funds went, so this was not just an announcement of an approval or an announcement of a fund. As you can see, there were 24 projects that were actually approved, and you can see the list. I'm not going to go through the list, but these focus on different aspects of food security in terms of the value chain development, in terms of providing food security support, in terms of soil fertility, livestock development, and the list of projects goes on. So 4 of these were in Asia, 3 were in the Middle East, North Africa, and Latin America, and 17 projects approved in Sub-Saharan Africa. So these are projects that have already been approved and are already in progress. in different IDB member countries as of 31st August 2024. Next slide, please. Now, beyond the immediate short-term and long and medium-term initiatives, the IDB Institute has also embarked on a flagship initiative looking at how we can look at Next slide, please. So the idea of the AAOIFI zone is to build scalable, sustainable sources of socio-economic support by creating AAOIFI zones in member countries, and they would enjoy protected status, and they would create AAOIFI assets which will be and water security, and it will be enabled by modern and innovative technologies such as blockchain, AI, and IoT. And the idea is that it will only benefit the member countries in which these AAOIFI zones are created, but would also benefit short, medium, and long-term initiatives that the IDB has taken. Next slide, please. So, next slide. So the final thoughts are that given the magnitude and scale and IDB continues to do that. We're working with the World Bank, with other multilateral development banks, with the agencies of the UN and other partners in a collaborative manner to address these challenges. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Yaya just informed us through the data that 90 million people are displaced in the conflicts, in internal turmoil, and for very other reasons. And that's a very large proportion of the people who are food insecure. So we have somebody who is dealing with this practically. Dr. Khalid Khalifa is a senior advisor on Islamic philanthropy for United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and he would share his thoughts as to how this particular vulnerable group of refugees and displaced persons is being taken care of. Dr. Khalifa.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
States of the OIC, the member states of IDB, 52%. So we have the lion's share of the problems. But those people do not live in of displacement.
You feel that the Muslim world is doing great. Islamic finance is booming. We have reached $4.9 trillion. Some reports say that the wealth with Muslims now equal $28 trillion, which is actually a very reasonable figure if we say that the size of the world economy is 100 trillion. Muslims are about 25%, so 28 trillion could be reasonable figure. But this is not the reality on the ground. The Muslim world is actually becoming worse and worse as we speak. Politically, most of the problems that we are talking about are caused by conflict. So I would appeal to you, brother, to change the order of the problems. Conflict is the number one driver of displacement. 80 to 85% of the whole caseload, they actually come from conflict-stricken countries. Gaza is not a natural disaster. Yemen is not a natural disaster. Sudan is not a natural disaster. We are talking about man-made, human-made disaster. We speak about financial tools. Yes, Islam has financial tools that can address major problems in the world. We speak about zakat alone. According to the Islamic Development Bank, a few years ago, the survey that was made estimated zakat that should circulate globally between 350 billion to 550 billion. First, less than 10% of that materializes on the ground. Second, if this is accounted for and implemented, you wouldn't find a poor person in the whole Muslim world. Actually, zakat alone can respond to all the humanitarian problems in the world, not only in the Muslim world. How much does the humanitarian system need in 2024 to respond to all the needs in the world? We need 56 billion. $56 billion. If zakat alone is 350 billion, it means all the needs in the world can fit 7 times within zakat if it is done right, but it's not. There is a big issue. So I'm appealing to fellow speakers to match reality with research or reality in certain countries. I think, yes, the Muslim economy is booming. Yes, the Muslim finance or Islamic finance is doing great, but we have an equity issue. There are countries that are left behind. And I was asked to highlight a little bit about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. What kind of sustainable development goals can we speak about in a place like Gaza? What kind of SDGs are we talking about in Lebanon now? What kind of SDGs are we talking about in Sudan? In Yemen? There are only 2 probably countries in the whole world that were or still is on the verge of famine. Both of them are Muslim countries, Yemen and Sudan. And famine has a very strict definition in our terminology. We have 13 countries in the OIC member states who are fragile states, about to become failed states. What kind of SDGs are we talking about here? There are, if we speak about SDG 16, the goal. When it comes to peace and justice. So I'm just appealing to researchers and speakers to sometimes also think of the reality. Yes, what is happening in certain sectors is great, but we cannot generalize it. We need to make sure that vulnerable groups like refugees, who are, according to our research, 4 times more vulnerable than the poorest people in certain areas, are not forgotten. If we speak about banking, I would say 90% or even more of refugees are not bankable, let alone creditable. If you are a refugee, you cannot even open a bank account. You do not have access to land. So, and that's more than 1% of people in the world. What kind of empowerment are we talking about? What kind of livelihood? To have livelihood, you need to be legal in certain areas. You need to have papers. You need to be recognized. If we are still talking about 4.5 million people who are stateless, they do not have a nationality. The largest population of them are Muslims, the Rohingya, more than 1.2 million who do not have a nationality. They do not exist to the world. To conclude, and I apologize because I will have to run to the airport after my intervention. I would have loved to stay to take some questions. We started to experiment with Islamic philanthropy tools, and we use Islamic philanthropy here as a model. To conclude the point about the SDGs, when we were asked to use Islamic philanthropy for the SDGs, I was the first person to say no. I don't think Islamic finance is the solution. We need annually, if we are to meet the SDGs by 2030, we need $4 trillion. That's already the size of the Muslim economy. And after everything has failed, we cannot dump the problem on financial institutions in the Muslim world. Islamic finance as a model could be the solution, yes, but not Islamic finance as institutions. I think this is very, very unfair to expect Muslim financial institutions to solve the problems that everybody else failed to respond to. In UNHCR, we established a Zakat fund for refugees that is 100% Sharia compliant, and I dare say, being the person managing this, it is even more compliant than many Muslim organizations. A Sharia committee, an interest-free bank account in the United Nations. We waived all the administration fees, reached until now, alhamdulillah, $250 million in collection and the distribution, 29 countries, 8.5 million beneficiaries in the Muslim world alone. We just also established our first waqf for refugees with the Islamic Development Bank. We are hoping to reach $500 million. We already have now in the box $110 million, and it is generating income. It is based on a temporary waqf. After 10 years, the money goes back to the donor. It's as if we took a Qarb Hasan to use it for 10 years and then return it. This proves that Islamic finance as a model can help respond to problems that we face in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for depicting the real situation of the conflict-ridden countries. And I totally agree with you. These are man-made disasters. They are not natural disasters. People haven't been hurt so much by natural disasters as by man-made. And all of these examples show the importance of the poor segments are not really just what we call as the nationals living in a country, but the people who have actually been displaced from their countries, have no documentation, have no legal status, and cannot earn a decent livelihood. So I think you make a very important point. But Islamic finance is not a very homogeneous product or an array of products. It has several dimensions. And one of the dimensions which can really help the poor, and my own experience has shown that it reaches out to the bottom of the pyramid, is the social finance and the microfinance. And I would very much like Dr. Nazim to talk about how the Islamic social and commercial microfinance instruments can support food security initiatives and promote sustainable agriculture. Dr. Nazim.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, it's very important that you know where you left, and I can start from there. This is zakat. I know the Indonesia's case, Basnas has distributed the zakat. But the question is that, how do we collect those $350 billion zakat? That's a $1 million question actually we have. I mean, the money is there, but how this is going to be collected and how it's going to be distributed. And I'm glad the UNDP is doing that work. And then you have mentioned about your outline it also. They are not overheads at all. But before we go into this, especially one of the instruments that I would like to concentrate is microfinance. So let's look at the current, food security landscape in Muslim majority countries. Still, I believe I've seen that 70% of the supply is being imported actually from outside. So this dependency creates vulnerability and exposes these countries to supply chain issues and price fluctuations and other prices. So agriculture, can we have first slide please? Agriculture productivity in these countries is often low, and farmers face several challenges and limited access to modern technology, and supply chain are fragmented. This makes it harder to produce enough food locally. Next slide, please. Okay. The food security. Okay, the food security is essential for economic stability, as you all know. When people have reliable access to food, they are healthier and more productive, and supply chains, and then they work hard and they produce more. And this is less actually for the healthcare as well, for associated. Ultimately, the food security helps creating a stronger economy and supports growth. So beyond the economy, the food security is crucial for social stability, and consistency access to food reduces disparities and promotes social cohesion. So when food access is unequal, tension can rise, which can lead to unrest. That's why it is vital for government to prioritize the food security. So when we look at the rural areas, like as Professor Dr. Ishar Hussain mentioned, there's a lot actually in the rural areas and the urban areas. The rural areas of food security is predominantly, it's in the hands of these farmers. So in many Muslim majority countries, small farmers often lack access to necessary resources, such as modern tools, irrigation, and good quality seeds. So strengthening support for farmers, especially small holders, is essential. When farmers can access the right tools and resources, they can produce more, reducing the needs for imports. So here is where the microfinance will come into existence, play a role. So we all know the microfinance offers a Sharia compliant funding for sustainable agriculture, encouraging ethical practices, and this is embodies social responsibility, and it improves the living standards of the human beings if the farmer gets involved in producing the food, and this also helps in poverty alleviations and sustainable development. The tools that we know that the microfinance has tailored are Qard Hasan, benevolent loan, and Murabaha, Mudaraba, and Musharaka. These are the tools that we have been seeing that they have been quite often used and for the last 30 years. So if we look at the case studies of some of those there are three case studies that I have here. One is the Indonesian Baitul Mal Tamil. This is a Qard Hasan model that they have used, and they have given the loan to small farmers. They have improved agricultural productivity by 15 to 20%, and an increase in income stability by 10 to 15%. These interest-free loans enables access to vital inputs like seeds and equipment, enhancing community resilience and food security. And the other model that I have is from Pakistan, Akwat Foundation in Pakistan. This is also a very interesting model, and it has distributed over 10 billion rupees in micro loans and supporting farming equipment purchases and empowering female entrepreneurs. So this initiative boosts food security and encourages women-led businesses, contributing to household resilience and economic empowerment. And last year, the founder of the Akwat was here in the conference 2 years ago, and we have heard him, and this is a very, very successful model in Pakistan. And the last the example that I have here is Irada, this microfinance in Sudan, has financed over 10,000 farmers, increasing crop yields by 15 to 20% and reducing post-harvest losses. Again, this model promotes financial inclusion, supporting sustainable food supply chains and enhancing food security in Sudan. There are many, of course, the last one is supported by the Bank of Khartoum, but there are also quite a number of banks also provide microfinance loans, Sharia compliant microfinance loans to farmers. So they are in different countries. The role of stakeholders. So this is very important. If we provide Sharia compliant access finances through the microfinance, which enables farmers to invest in seeds and tools and sustainable practices, improving yields and food security by ensuring a more abundant food supply. And the integration with supply chain is another important aspect. The microfinance helps small farmers integrate into larger supply chains, reducing inefficiencies and food waste, leading to a more stable food supply for consumers. And the policymakers, by establishing supportive regulations and incentives, policymakers can encourage microfinance institutions to focus on agriculture directly, impacting food security by making Sharia compliant funding more accessible. The financial institutions are essential in designing microfinance products like Qard Hasan and Mudaraba and Murabaha, and enabling farmers to invest in sustainable practices without financial strain. And NGOs and community organizations can also play an important role educating the farmers, especially with regard to crops, and when they've been attacked by any insects, so they can share that knowledge, and they can help through the extension workers to remedy those situations. And that's a very critical role, educating the farmers on sustainable practices and financial literacy. And the local governments support Islamic microfinance through infrastructure improvements, reducing post-harvest losses, and facilitating market access for small farmers. And that's very, very crucial. Of course, there are challenges. Right now, there is a limited awareness among the farmers. So many farmers lack knowledge of Islamic finance options, limit their ability to benefit from the microfinance services. So this is something very important that
we have to do that so that they will be aware that there is where they are not able to do that.
And supply chain gaps also there. And effective microfinance requires strong supply chains to maximize productivity
and food security. And SRIs and others, a global shift. Islamic finance institute and attracting funds for sustainable agriculture. And technological innovations are also another advantage, like mobile banking and digital platforms facilitate microfinance access, enhancing productivity and food security. And collaborative partnership with the multi-stakeholders, partners can create innovative solutions to address farmers' needs and enhance the food security. The last slide, I just wanted to show you that yesterday I was going through the JDN, Gulf Daily News, so I saw this news call for stepping up food security efforts. This is the efforts that there is a Bahrain representation to this meeting in which they talk about the food security. So these are the few findings that I have about the role of the social finance and hopefully for the food security.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nazim. I think Islamic microfinance has not really taken off as much as the rest of the Islamic finance. And one of the questions I have always been asking is, what is the major hurdle as Islamic microfinance is lacking behind? And it is the administration cost. Between the cost of borrowing the money and on lending to the customers, almost 10 percentage points are taken away by administration. And that is not viable for the repayment capacity of the small farmers. And therefore, technological innovation where onboarding and all the services are providing through the digital platform, through the mobile banking, is the only way out to reduce the administrative costs and therefore increase the outreach. I think this is something which you might be able to explore further. If there are some examples of successful penetration through this means, I would very much like you to add to your presentation. Thank you very much. Dr. Bello is a very old friend and a person who just completed his term as the head of the Secretary General of the Islamic Financial Services Board. So he has a very wide experience. and I requested him to talk about two things. One is the importance of collaboration between the financial institutions, agribusinesses, policymakers, and secondly, we have all been talking about how to ensure equitable access to financing for smallholder farmers, because the gap between the smallholder farmer and the medium farmer is almost 50 to 60%. So if you're able to move the escalation only by 10 to 20% and reduce this gap, the countries can become, surplus in their food production. So that is the question I wanted to pose to you because of your wide experience.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all of you. I know it is indeed a challenging session, and I think that's why the idea of IOFI for this panelists to have both visual and listening engagement. That's why most of the speakers, we have slides so that we keep you awake, we communicate with you. I thank IOFI and ISDB as the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be part of this important conference. It is indeed a timely one, especially the topic that we are talking about today. I have also a few points that I would like to share. I want to emphasize and corroborate the point made by Dr. Khalid. If any one of you has read the GFSI report 2022, which was issued last year, you will be worried. You will be really concerned that for the 3 consecutive years, the global food security has been deteriorating due to a number of reasons, and particularly for the Muslim countries. And the conclusion in that report was that there is an increased risk of armed conflict, as just mentioned by the UNHCR, Dr. Khalid, and the soaring food prices due to the increase in inflation, as well as other challenges that are facing our economies. And they conclude as well that we need to manage our natural resources, particularly we are talking about land and water, due to the consideration of the extreme weather conditions as well as the rising temperature that is happening around the globe. Now, in that particular report, if you look at the disturbing issue is that at the top 20, those countries that scored the top 20 who were rated, no single Muslim country in this out of 113 countries that they have rated, not a single one. The nearest one that came is 23rd and 24th, which is Saudi Arabia and Qatar. UAE and Qatar. Saudi Arabia and Malaysia make the list after UAE and Qatar. Oman made 35, and then we have Saudi Arabia and Malaysia being 41st position. It's quite disturbing. Majority of the rest of the Muslim countries are actually below the scale, and which is really a concern to all of us. And that's why I believe the issue of food security is something that is very timely and is something that we need to spend more time to discuss it. And in that report, they also concluded that more investment is needed in agriculture, particularly with regards to R&D. And actually, we, the Muslim countries, we need this more. The GMOs, that is the genetically modified seeds that are being supported or presented by Corteva and other international agroscience companies, we have some concern based on experience and experimental of these seeds in certain jurisdictions. So that's why the Muslim economies, the Muslim countries need to step up efforts in terms of managing the food security that is facing us. The risk is really enormous, and for us to contend this risk, it requires everybody's attention. I believe in this whole we are all farmers, but plate farmers, not land farmers. Plate farmers in the sense that we all eat food. We eat on the plate, but if we are to take an inventory in this hall, how many sincerely own farms and do farming in this room? You will be surprised, Your Excellency. If you go outside to your neighborhood in your respective localities, you may count 20 houses. Out of these 20 houses, if you are lucky, you will have maybe like 2 or 3 houses that really have real farmers that are contributing to the food security or the food crisis issue. So the food supply or food security issue is everybody's business, and I will dwell a little bit more on that. Now, based on The Economist, which they conducted this annual study together with Corteva annually, The Economists do this. They come up with these 5 criteria as consideration for food security. They look at availability, affordability, quality and safety of the food, and then sustainability and adaptation, as well as the food security environment. Majority of the issues that we have with refugees is more on the food security environment, because you cannot even think or ask someone that is a refugee to farm. He doesn't have the peace of mind. So definitely the environment is being exposed. So the refugees issue is actually one out of the 5 criteria that the Economist is actually looking at. Now, each of these criteria has a number of parameters for which we will be able to measure the food security component. When we are talking about affordability, we are talking about the per capita income of the country, we are talking about the food consumption as a share of expenditure of the household, quite a number of issues. And then the price speculations. When we are talking about the food availability, sometimes in the locality, in certain countries that are members actually of the OIC, who are members also of the ISDB, if you get to the grassroots, you will be shocked that the only investment by the Islamic financial institutions is actually to go to the market when it is time for harvest. They buy some of these foods and they circulate or they hoard it, and then when the prices goes up, and then they sell them at the market. And they consider this as an investment in agriculture.
It's one of the common practice. And likewise, this is what others are doing in terms of the hoarding activities, which is against the Sharia. So we have these kind of issues at the grassroots. When you are talking about the sustainability of the food security, a number of initiatives can be initiated by many countries, but there are a number of challenges. The import tariffs of certain food processing equipment, or even the fertilizers, or even the equipment that we use for the agriculture, is actually very high. That really set up a kind of challenge in ensuring that the food is actually, the food production is actually sustainable in that jurisdiction, even if there is no conflict. So there is quite a number of issues that we need to really look at when we are talking about food security, and it's everybody's business. Let me just perhaps share an experience that we are currently having. After my time in IFSB, I was concerned about the report which I read. Actually, I read this particular report last year, and we come up with an initiative with some group of friends, and then we funded this AgroVest initiative. What we try to do is to go to the locality and the community. We work with the government. We acquire 250 hectares of land. We come up with a cluster of farmers, about 120 of them, and each one of them we do engage them based on Musaka, Mudara, and so on, based on Islamic concept, and we get to start working with them for them to harvest individually and let's see, but on condition that whatever is the harvest, 2/3 of it will be used for consumption, not for resale, not for cash. Why? We want to make sure that the farmers actually, what they produce, they have the security of food. They don't sell it out, or they don't allow someone to come and buy all this food produce, and then they leave them with some cash, and then they jack the prices up. At the end, the cash will not be enough for them to buy the food again in the market. So this is one of the things that we have at AgroVest. Another thing is we introduce also community gardens. We look at 20 communities, and then each one we ensure that there is a garden. We provided the land. We asked in some jurisdictions, in some areas, that some of those that have land, they volunteered, and then they come up with their youth among them. Maybe their children, some of them volunteer to participate themselves, and they work on this garden. Vegetables, like the daily need vegetables, and these are perishables. We ask them to grow, we give them the support, and then now they are actually producing this. Some of these food items, vegetables, they don't need to go to the market, but it's their own community. But who harvest and who work on the farms or in the gardens, they are the ones working on that. This is something that we are working on the ground. But coming back to the institutional food security issue, we need to look at the concern, the challenges that we have. Hence, whether Islamic financial system can effectively manage or help the Muslim countries to address the food insecurity is another area that we need to look at carefully. In most countries, there are no sufficient legal and regulatory frameworks that will give an incentive for the Islamic financial institutions to even venture, even if they want to do so, into the agricultural food production. There are no government incentives sufficient in some countries that are actually helping or motivating the financial institutions or the individual farmers to really even come forward. The IFI's risk appetite is a great concern in the sense that they don't have expertise and they don't want to go into agriculture due to a number of reasons, particularly moral hazards, natural disasters that can affect the harvest, which at the end of the day, the depositor's money will not be recovered. So these are some of the key concerns that really hinders the sustainability as well as the effectiveness of Islamic financial institutions to be able to manage the food security issue well, particularly in the Muslim countries, which we need to look into. Farmers and investors' capacity, they really need to understand there is a lot of sensitization that is needed, which is one of the things that in agrovest that we are doing. For agrovest, we currently focus in the northern part of Nigeria, and we are trying to expand the activities not only when we grow, not only in Nigeria, but also to neighboring West African countries, and then to globally. What we have is the farmers to understand their responsibility to food security. Nobody will come and provide food security for you. You have to provide it by yourself. But you need the enabling environment. You need to have the necessary infrastructure in place. You need to have the awareness. You need to have the understanding that this is your own business. It's your responsibility to make sure that the community that you live, we have so many hadiths, so many Islamic teachings and guidance that really force us to ensure that our neighbors don't even sleep with hunger, and we need to really work hard and make sure that we are relevant in our society. So we have the necessary infrastructure to enable Muslim countries develop independence when we are talking about food security. This is an issue that we need to discuss and we need to really look into. Now, the two questions that I've been asked regarding the collaboration between financial institutions, agribusinesses, and policy makers by the chairman, as well as ensuring equitable access to financing and resources for smallholder farmers, is actually a very important one. But who are we talking about need to collaborate? I believe Brother Yahya and Dr. Said has highlighted some of these issues and the need for this collaboration, but policy makers need to take the lead. They need to provide the enabling environment in which food security can be achievable. I believe, now I can say it because I'm no longer with the IFSB. I can feel free to maybe perhaps express my concern by some of these multilateral institutions that give support to some of our countries develop. Investors and look for at this area.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful session. Of course, it's a session that needs a lot more time than what we have, but I'm sure that it has provided some thought-provoking discussions, and inshallah, food for thought for us as we go back and continue to discuss these very, very enriching topics that we have, and that is of very, very important topic, food security. So I would like to thank you very much, respected panelists. Of course, very, very ably chaired by Dr. Ishrat Hussain, former chairman of AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board, and of course, former governor of State Bank of Pakistan. Dr. Syed Nazim Ali, thank you very much for for joining us. Dr. Bello, Brother Yahya, Alimur Rahman from Islamic Development Bank. So just a very, very quick note, we had a coffee break planned between now and the next session. Unfortunately, because we are pressed for time, we are going to move on to the next session immediately. So if anybody wishes to pray Asr, then there are rooms allocated for that just outside, either in the VIP room or the prayer room upstairs. So you may want to use the opportunity to do that, because by the time we end the next session, it will be very, very close to Maghrib. But don't do that all the time, all at once, because otherwise we won't have anybody here for the last session. The last session, so ladies and gentlemen, a very, very pertinent one, very, very important one, of course, moving away from Islamic finance. It's not just about Islamic finance. We talked about Islamic economy, and very, very important component of that is Islamic social finance. The potential it has, the opportunity that lies, the role of waqf, the role of zakah, all of that is very, very important, and I'm sure this is a topic that we can resonate very, very well with it. And of course, it's something that has been discussed at length. So we have this opportunity to discuss the topic again through a very, very well-rounded, experienced leaders that we have among ourselves. So the session is Emergence of the Role of Islamic Social Finance in Revamping Muslim Economies During Difficult Economic Times. And of course, we can't relate more to it than the COVID-19 that we have just went through. So to discuss the topic, we have very able experts, knowledgeable scholars with us. So I am very, very pleased to invite Dr. Munzir Kaf, Professor of Islamic Finance and Economics at Faculty of Economics and Management and Istanbul Zaim University. Please join me on the stage to chair the session. He will be joined by Dr. Ashraf Hashim, CEO of International Sharia Research Academy, ISRA, Malaysia. Dr. Ashraf Hashim, if you are with us, please join us. Thank you. Mr. Amir Hassan Abu Bakr, Investment Promotion Expert at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization and Kingdom of Bahrain. Please join me on the stage. And Ms. Talia Minolina, Head of Tatarstan Investment Development Agency, Republic of Tatarstan. And my dear colleague, Dr. Aishat Muniza, member of AAOIFI Public Interest Monitoring Consultative Committee, as well as Sharia Committee members at Maldives Islamic Bank. And she's also a professor at NCF, mashallah. So please join me, Dr. Aishat, on the stage. A very, very, able panel, very, very, there's a lot of experience that is on the stage. I know this is the last session of the day, so it can get a bit tiring as well, but please bear with us for another 45 minutes or so, and inshallah, you will enjoy the session, as we would, as all of us. So thank you very much. Over to you, Professor. Can you please?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. As was said, I think we do have now a very interesting session. I always argue that really for-profit Islamic finance is the most contributor to the society from the general point of view of social considerations, because it does not finance anything that is bad, and it does not finance anything that hurts the society, and it encourages also finance being always related only to the real market, that is to the real production and exchange of goods and services. Yet the social aspect that is essentially really philanthropic aspect is an important part of the Islamic system, and it is very much important. See, when the Quran says, "Inna Allah ya'muru bil adli wal ihsan." So these are the two pillars of the Islamic economic system, al-adl wal ihsan. And we want now to focus on the second aspect, the second feature, essential feature of the Islamic economic system, that is al-ihsan, and what al-ihsan would do and should do in the Muslim society and also in the world at large. We have four very important speakers and very intellectual speakers. Where do I start? Should I start with Sister Aisha? Okay, please go ahead.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you very much, our session chair, respected professor. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity. As been highlighted, today's topic is very important because normally we focus on Islamic commercial finance and we neglect the aspect of Islamic social finance. So when it comes to Islamic social finance, the first thing we need to understand is that Islamic social finance is something that is within So therefore, Islamic social finance emerged as a distinct discipline, and we see that today in different Islamic financial institutions they have started embracing Islamic social finance. For instance, if we take one of the full-fledged Islamic bank, we understand that they have embraced Islam social finance by having under one roof, which provides opportunity for those who are marginalized, segment in Islamic commercial finance. So today we believe that Islamic social finance is important, but there are a lot of misconceptions about Islamic social finance as well. For example, can we charge an element of profit when it comes to Islamic social finance? The answer is, of course, there could be an element of profit in it as well, but as long as we are trying to achieve social objectives, it should be fine. For instance, just now in the previous session, we saw about Islamic microfinance, whereby we understand that even Islamic commercial contracts such as musharaka mudaraba can be used, but the element of profit we charge is minimal compared to that of an Islamic commercial financial institution. So to wrap up the first round, I would say that when it comes to Islamic social finance, we need to do more. Governance needs to be given paramount considerations. For example, if you look at the IOFI standards, the Sharia standards, for instance, do we see any comprehensive standards on Islamic social finance? We are not talking about certain segments like zakat or awqaf, but as a whole, what is the standard that we need to follow? These are the things that we need to think about today, and we need to find some solutions to it. At the same time, to achieve socio-economic justice, we don't need to always focus on collection of funds when it comes to social finance. At the same time, we need to focus on how to effectively distribute the resources as well as finding the most deserved recipients in Islamic social finance. Today we have technology. Technology has no religion. We can use it for beneficial purposes. And using technology like Internet of Things or IoT, we are able to even determine the household poverty level. So why not we use these types of technology for the benefit of the beneficiaries of Islamic social finance? For example, deliver the assistance to those who are in need without them begging for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Can we probably move toward technology a little bit and see what Dr. Hashim Hussein could tell us about the contribution of technology in the Islamic finance, the way we defined it at least? Voice, I think the voice need to be. Is it on?
Hello? Distinguished, good afternoon. I'd like to respond to your question by introducing that the provision of finance, like microfinance, medium, and a small finance, venture capital, crowdfunding are essential for innovation and transfer of technology. Yet, still, we need non-financial services as integral part of the ecosystem of entrepreneurship, innovation, and technology transfer. United Nations Industrial Development Organization, through its office, ITDO in Bahrain, Investment and Technology Promotion Office, developed a system for non-financial service to be as an integral part of the ecosystem, enhance innovation to transfer and transfer from innovation to innovation. I have a presentation, please, showing the model of how to integrate financial and non-financial services. Next, please. UNIDO, ITBO, and International Center for Entrepreneurship and Investment Promotion are two offices located here in Bahrain. The International Center for Entrepreneurship, its endeavor and area of concern is to enhance, mobilize domestic investment tools, while UNIDO ITBO, Investment Technology Promotion Office, its endeavor and area of concern is to enhance foreign investment tools. So, the approaches adopted by the International Center for Entrepreneurship is capacity building, targeting startups, and also existing entrepreneurs. We concern of growth of micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs to assist them and facilitate them to be as global entrepreneurs. Another intervention is incubation management system. While UNIDO ITBO, Investment and Technology Promotion Office, which cater for foreign investment tools by developing project profile to be accepted internationally using software known as computer model for visibility analysis and reporting, which is considered and recognized by all the international financial institutions. Next. Actually, the model was developed in early 2000, and the model comprises three phases and 6 steps. First step for innovators and entrepreneurs, we do sort of a preparation and environment and training to facilitate them, sharpen their business idea, and develop their business plan. Second step is provision of counseling to entrepreneurs and innovators to develop a business plan. Then, third step is to link them with the suitable financial institutions. Whether if they are micro entrepreneurs, then we link them to microfinance. If they are innovators, we link them with the venture capital or business angel. The fourth step is to assist and facilitate the resistance and sustenance of the business. By so many interventions, we call them as incubation or accelerators interventions. Then, after the business is stabilized, the sixth and last step is to assist them to grow locally or internationally by diversification or expansion or export. Next, this model of entrepreneurship development, which focuses on innovators, is prevailing and adopted in about 54 countries, ranging from China and most of the Arab countries, most of the African countries, up to Uruguay in South America. One of the most interventions we do in these countries is first to develop a conducive environment for entrepreneurship and innovation and technology transfer. What do we mean by ecosystem? An ecosystem is stakeholders who are relevant and who can play an essential role in the process of innovation and entrepreneurship. Include financial institutions, government line ministries, research and development institutions, universities, educational institutions, and also the media. Here in Bahrain, as you can see, the ecosystem that ITBO mobilized and assist in the development of this ecosystem in Bahrain. But at the same time, because this ecosystem and our endeavor is to develop this ecosystem in different countries in the world. Up to now, we have about 55 or 54 countries on board. What do we mean by non-financial services? Next, please. First step in non-financial service is entrepreneurship awareness, whereby we try to introduce entrepreneurship as a part of the curriculum of schools and universities. Then the second step of non-financial services is preparation and empowerment, whereby we assist, as I mentioned, entrepreneurs and innovators to develop comprehensive bankable business plan. Then the third non-financial services is business counseling, which is provide the entrepreneurs with counseling, financial, operational, or marketing counseling, and networking to assist them realize their business idea or innovative idea into business, from innovation to innovation, or to commercialize their business ideas, especially those who has a graduate project. Then we have the physical and virtual incubation, which help startups to realize their ideas into real business after finance. The sixth and the last non-financial services is achieving quality, exporting, and assisting them to commercialize their business and to grow either by diversification or exporting or diversification. Next, of course, very important
realize the importance of the ecosystem like central bank, financial institution, universities, R&D, and investor, chambers of commerce, and industry to be an integral part of the ecosystem in this context. Okay, as mentioned, financial services include financing, guarantees, export finance, micro, small and medium lending, venture capital, crowdfunding, seed finance, and angel finance. The financial services should be as an integral part of the non-financial services to have a proper ecosystem for startup sustenance and growth of innovation and technology transfer. Next slide. It is a pressing need to develop and explore tools and programs that facilitate zakat, waqf, and art hustle towards economic empowerment. Zakat is aimed at releasing which can transform beneficiaries from recipients to economic activists productive, thereby stimulating economic progress and growth. These instruments can create a comprehensive approach to achieving sustainable development goals as they contribute to poverty alleviation, economic empowerment, fostering a more equitable and sustainable economic environment.
Thank you. We have our sister Talia. For my generation at least, that completely lost part of the Muslim world that is emerging now as really forgotten for quite some time. So please, Sister Talia, about social finance, what do you have to say?
Hello dear colleagues and dear world, it's a great pleasure for me to be here today, and it's my second time in Bahrain. Last time I've been was 2019, 5 years ago, before COVID. And now I see the positive changes here, and we are very glad to be long-term partners with AAOIFI, as Tatarstan Republic is one of the Russian regions. Would you help me with the slides, please? Like, next one. Yes. I am a member of government in Tatarstan, in one of the Russian regions, and I am the single window for investors. So today I met Economic Development Board that is invest in Bahrain, my colleague, and we were on a really good discussion on investment activities. So the investor comes to us, and many investors from Islamic countries, they would love to go for Islamic finance, but previously there was no any chance for them even, because the Islamic financial system in Russia doesn't work, so to say, legally. Previously it was like that. Next. For the ones who have never heard about the Republic of Tatarstan, I will tell you that we are just 1 hour from Moscow by flight, and the Republic of Tatarstan has the capital, that is Kazan city, with 4 million population. The whole of Republic, half of people, they are Muslims. Next. Our GDP is growing. Last year we had $50 billion GDP, and as for the investments, it's more than 11 billion. Next. The economy of Tatarstan is heavily based on industries. So we have the enterprises where 30,000 people work, 20,000 people work. So it's very big enterprises. And we produce helicopters and planes, ships and boats and trucks and cars as well. So it's a heavily industrial region. We extract oil, we refine oil, we have the petrochemicals very strong developed. Next please. And could you please put the next slide? Yes. And we are number 1 amongst all Russian regions, and Russia has 89 regions for the production of milk. So we are very self-sufficient in terms of agriculture, and that makes us really strong, and we export even halal production outside of Russia. Next. Today, as for the Islamic finance, we've got the Islamic banking project. That is the project of the law experiment designed by the Central Bank of Russia. And they decided that in this experimental law, 4 regions would participate. Now 1 year passed only. So they started last year in September, and Tatarstan is one of the regions. There is also Bashkortostan, Chechen Republic, and Dagestan. Today we have more than 20 participants of that experiment that went through a special system of National Bank of Russia, and the majority of them are from Tatarstan Republic. Next. We have Sberbank, that is one of the most active banks amongst all banks in Russia in terms of the Islamic finance. They just recently started to open the special centers of Islamic finance in the country. First was opened in Kazan, in Tatarstan Republic, then they started to open new centers for Islamic finance all across the country, and they have some really good products that they issued, as well as they just launched the program, educational program for Islamic finance, because people just have no financial literacy for now, so they can't go into that. Both banks, financial institutions, as well as the customers themselves that maybe are not ready yet. Next. We have the local bank, Akbar's Bank, local Tatarstan bank, and it also provides a range of Sharia compliance financial products, both for retail and corporate segments. And as you can see, the range of the product that they have is good. But maybe we just need to put more efforts in terms of popularization and financial literacy, as I told you. So we work closely not only with AAOIFI but with SIBAFI as well, so that we organize lots of training courses for people just to go in. To be honest with you, the most popular product amongst our population is Islamic mortgage. They go in for mortgage a lot. Next. So as a result, you can now get some financing and you can get investment and go for partner financing as well as for charity. And this is what we have for today as a 1-year experiment of that law regime. And what I know is that it's supposed to be prolonged for 3 more years now, so that we need to get more efficient results in terms of investment projects with Islamic countries, or some big projects that can lead us to the cooperation with OIC countries. Next. As for AAOIFI being the main organizer of this conference, I would love to inform you that we work together closely for many years, and we already signed an agreement today with them again, and we will organize the training courses together, as well as we are going for the interpretation of standards of AAOIFI. We translate them into Russian language and we try to adopt them to the Russian legislation. This is what we are doing at the moment. Next. Each year on an annual basis, we organize a very big forum, Russia and Islamic World, Kazan Forum in May, each year. So next time it will be in May, 15th, 16th of May, 2025. And allow me to use this opportunity to invite all of you to visit Russia and Kazan Forum. This year we had 20,000 participants from 87 countries. So it's very international, and we organize some training courses within the framework of the forum as well. And one of the main things there is Islamic finance, definitely, especially with the new law that was launched not long ago. And if I can ask you to put the small video, just 1-minute video, to show you the atmosphere and energy of the forum, so that maybe it will motivate you to visit Kazan City and Kazan Forum next year. And we just agreed with AAOIFI management the next conference of AAOIFI devoted to Islamic finance will be held during Kazan Forum in Russia next year. So that is very good news that I will get back home. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Talia. Talia took us back to the Islamic finance and the Islamic finance product. But Dr. Ashrat Hashim will bring us again to social finance, inshallah. And what can social finance do for the world today?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof. Munzirkov, panelists and members of the audience. I think when we talk about social finance and we relate it to Islamic finance, so the main organs in Islamic finance, of course, the Islamic financial institution or Islamic banks. So the first fact that we need to realize, these institutions, they are operating under very heavy regulated system, because they are licensed to take deposits from the general public, and therefore to safeguard the money of the general public, they are highly regulated. So it is not as easy as we want to help certain group of people. It is not their money. They are only financial intermediaries. They need to operate under certain regulations. And therefore, I think this is a big challenge for them when we talk about social finance. We want them to do, as mentioned by Dr. I think in the previous session, that it is very challenging for them to go and quote-unquote assist the non-bankable clients. Having said that, it is not impossible. It is not impossible. We need to be innovative in this area so that the objective of Sharia, the tadawul, of the circulation of wealth between people can be achieved. That is my point number one. My point number two, in this regard, I think it is good that the regulator also play an important role to support this social finance. In Malaysia, for example, we have the VBI, the value-based intermediation, as a roadmap, as a guidance for Islamic banks to operate or to to support the non-bankable people among the areas that they need to do under the VBI. And I would like to share, because of this support, because of this environment that we have quite a number of initiatives in Malaysia that relate the Islamic financial institution with social finance. And this can be done only by Islamic banks, not the conventional bank, because zakat, sadaqah will not go to conventional banks. So I have 4 examples to share with you. Number one is the Sadaqah House, as mentioned by Prof. Aisha. In Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad, it is a commercial bank. The main shareholder of the bank is Tabung Haji. You know Tabung Haji, the pilgrimage fund in Malaysia. They have another set of organization within the bank which is called the Sadaqah House. And this Sadaqah House will receive the wakaf, will receive the Sadaqah innovatively. Sometimes when you have some portion in your deposits, that small amount of profit, for example, you say that you are not going to take it, but you will give it to the Sadaqah House. Even though it is small, but because of the amount is big, the amount of customers they are big, then the amount is quite substantial. In addition to the amount given by corporates to the Sadaqah House. So they are not bound by the regulations. So they give the Qardul Hasan to SMEs, for example, and for your information, for example, the money given by Tabung Haji, 5 million as a seed fund in this Sadaqah house, after a few years now becoming 9.5 million, from 5 million to 9.5 million. I asked them from where the money, because it is Qardul Hasan. So partly the money comes from the recipient themselves, who are very grateful that they pay, not only pay the capital, but they pay with voluntarily with some additional amount, so that this amount will help others after that. So this program is a bridge program between the non-bankable clients, the non-bankable people. When they go through this program, they are after that becoming bankable, and after that, of course, they can expand their business through the normal channel of Islamic banks, either at Bank Islam itself or any other banks. Once they are bankable, they can go and shop around with which bank can provide them best financial assistance. This is number one. Number two is a program by one of the banks called Alliance Bank. This is a breakthrough in the form of the zakah that we know is given away to the recipient in the form of cup. It is not, I mean, even in Malaysia, it is not well accepted, even at the national level. But one of the states, they allow this so that the amount will be given to the recipient, the asnaf, in the form of cup, loan, but of course without interest. Yeah, so they can use the money and they can expand their business. So the state that allow this, they allow with several conditions. Number one, the cup must go through a specific program, not only cup like that, but it is a program that will make sure the success of the project. Number two, if it is not because of their shortcomings or negligence, they cannot pay, then they do not need to pay. So this program also, the point that I would like to make is, from Sharia point of view, this is quite new, because innama sadaqat lil fuqara, when we call lam here, most of us will say that it is lit tamlik. But here, when you give away in the form of cup, a big question mark will come here, whether it is allowed or not. But I say to this bank, you do it properly, you get the data properly, and you come back to the National Fatwa Council of Malaysia to show that this program really have a lot of benefits to the recipient through the data that you are, through the data of the program. And number three, we have the Permodalan Nasional Berhad Share Wakaf. The wakaf is given away as, the share is given away as wakaf. It has been launched in 2021, and now the capital of the wakaf is about 70 million ringgit Malaysia. And then we have another, this is under discussion at the Central Bank of Malaysia, where the takaful surplus can be extended not only for the benefit of the participant, but for the benefits of anybody who need the assistance. So this is another initiative that is taken by takaful industry. Not last but not least, I would like to share with you one structure which is wakaf takaful. If there is any representative here from wakaf industry, I think this is a very good structure, where it is the same as the structure of any takaful. The only difference is that the recipient of the wakaf is not individuals or family members, but the cash wakaf fund. So you can plan by yourself that maybe you want to have a 20,000 wakaf in your lifetime. So you will contribute every month, and if you pass away for 20 years, for example, but if you pass away after 10 years, the waqf, the risk fund will cover, so that your intention to do 20,000 waqf will be fulfilled. And this cash waqf, of course, can be invested, and the proceed from the investment can go to any sector that you choose, education, health, so on and so forth. So I think even though, my last point is that even though we are operating under highly regulated system, our hands are quite tight, but through innovations, we can have the blended finance, for example. We can have a formula where we can bridge between the people who are non-bankable to become bankable after that. So I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the idea of social finance doesn't have to be really connected with banks all the time. And we need to think of social finance outside the box as institution. Probably we have good examples in the cash waqf that was made in more than one area of the Muslim world, and it showed some success in the past, but we really need to think of it with the concept of microfinance, as Dr. Ashrat said, that could be with microfinance along with the idea of qard, where we can recover these funds to use them again for other people, helping them in that concept. So I think we still have few minutes, maybe 10-15 minutes for our session, so we'll open it 10 only? Okay, so we'll open it for questions. If anyone has any question or comment, I see a hand there and a couple of hands there. Any hand from the women in front? No, you are not. You already spoke. You have spoken already. Okay, so we'll recognize this here, please. Give him the microphone, please, to be able, and then we have two there. None from the women's side. Okay, you ask a question instead.
Assalamu alaikum. My question is directed at those speakers who are from the Sharia and Islamic finance background. When we talk about Islamic finance in the context of helping the deprived communities, or particularly social finance, we have a dilemma between two extremes. On one hand, we have the banking institutions or banking companies, which are primarily profit maximizing institutions. So of course, it is difficult for them to actually invest a lot in terms of social financing. And on the other hand, we have, when we talk about social finance, then we talk about Qard Hasan, Zakah, Waqf. And these three are basically not commercial transactions. So the person who is offering these services is not making any profit. So my question has two parts. First is that why don't we make why don't we make products for social finance which are based on those transactions in Islamic law which have traditionally been used for social finance in the past. For example, musaqa, muzara'a, mubarasa, and also mudaraba, but not the mudaraba which is in commercial banking, rather the mudaraba in which the financial institution is the Rabbul Mal and the person to whom the finance is being provided is the mudarib. So why don't we make products in this way? Second part of my question is that who do you see in terms of institutions actually leading the way in Islamic social finance or microfinance? Is it going to be the, can we expect the banks, Islamic banks to actually go into this, or can we expect more institutions which are specialized in microfinance. For example, in the previous session, one of the speakers gave some examples like Akhuwat in Pakistan and someone in Sudan and other countries. So who can we expect to actually lead the way in Islamic social finance? Thank you.
Should we collect questions or answer first? The first question, maybe Dr. Ashraf, would like to answer.
Maybe thank you for the question. Maybe the rest can add later on. I start with the second question first. Who will lead? For me, being quite sometimes limited experience, the most important is not who lead, but the most important is to connect the dots. Because as you correctly mentioned, the Islamic Bank, it has its own mandate to achieve, mostly commercial. And then you have the Zakat organization, you have the Wakaf organization. So how all these organizations can be connected and put that effort together? So maybe COP will come from the Zakat or Wakaf, but through the experience, the vast experience of the Islamic financial institution. So I think this is the one that is a bit lacking. Everybody is working in silo, so the impact is not great. But if we can, but who will do that? Maybe the government can lead, maybe a big Islamic bank can lead. We have a lot of example in Malaysia where Islamic banks cooperate with Wakaf of the state to develop house for people, the low cost house. There are quite a number of examples, but they need to work together so that the objective can be achieved. As on the products, I think I have no issue for the product that you mentioned, but who will provide the capital for this product? If you talk about the Islamic financial institution, still it will go again to the same mandate, unless they have a different vehicle like Sadaqah House, as I mentioned earlier. Or it will be another initiative by another organization, which is not a profit-making organization. If in Malaysia we have quite a number of initiatives, but it is not under the bank. Maybe the rest can.
All society, who said that banks are the only financial institutions in a society? We need a whole series of other financial institutions in every society, and definitely the institution of Zakah and Awqaf. Let's remember that Zakah, we were told, is 300 billion and whatnot, but if it is really collected, can it be in charge of the NGOs in the Muslim land instead of being in the government? And I think that is an issue that needs to be really explored and discussed in some detail. Let's take the question there, down there. Who was giving the question there? Please. Yes, go ahead, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Muhammad Salim, Dr. Muhammad Salim, University of Bahrain. I want to emphasize about we have been lacking behind high-valued export items. So I think Kazan has an example to us, and if Muslim countries, they need high-valued products, because whatever resources we have, every year our countries import those high-valued products, imported products. So if we can make those products as a part of Islamic finance, then this will be great success for us. And it will also increase our export value, because products that we export outside, they are low-valued export items and we have many competitors and so on. And on the other hand, we import those products, what Kazan has established as a product for Islamic finance and so on. And also, Kazan, I have heard that they have a high demand for Islamic mortgage. We have published on quite a few articles, and we can help. For example, Ijara-based diminishing musharaka. It's a purely Islamic products, And we don't have to say Islamic mortgage and so on. It has its own name and so on. So in future we can help. Also, I have another one called Musharaka coordination-based credit cards, which is better than Tawarruk and so on. So I think in future we can bring those products which are closely related to Islamic finance and Sharia compliant, inshallah. And we can be helpful, inshallah.
Thank you, brother. The other one, okay, please.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. First of all, I would like to appreciate Dr. Manzur Kah as the Abu al-Iqtisad al-Islami. We benefited a lot from your writings, academically speaking. The first question actually is to Dr. Manzur Kah himself. I think back in 1991, about 33 years ago, Dr. Manzur Kah has propagated the issue, the implementation and establishment of Al-Hizbah, Maktab Al-Hizbah, within the sovereign Waqf entity. So right now, financially speaking, we have ISDB who took care of the financial aspect. So perhaps it is timely if you can also elaborate your idea 30 years ago on how basically Islamic countries of these 57 countries OIC can establish this Maktab Al-Hizbah and then later on to support the sovereign Waqf institution. And secondly is a Sharia question. With regards to Waqf, right? There are a lot of debate basically with regards to the Al-Waqf Al-Mu'aqqad. And this concept is heavily debated among the scholars. And majority of the scholars are basically against this concept, even though the objective of Al-Waqf Al-Mu'aqqad can really help or become one of the financial instruments to help the under banking persons. Thank you.
We want to give you the idea of this that we have advocated a long time.
A combination between zakah and awqaf. Zakah, yes, and I agree with the principle of tamlik, that it should be made owned by the recipient. And when you give zakah, you give it for the immediate needs of the underserved part of the population. But while awqaf can be given for any other thing in an open way, so it can be used for lending or for principal or for even musharaka with the microfinance users or beneficiaries. So the combination of zakah and awqaf can create an institution that is not for profit, but at the same time it can serve the underserved part of the population in a very good way without being a profit-making per se. Even going on musharaka or with the microfinance beneficiaries without being so much eager to make profit for itself, because that is the objective of the waqf, is to help those who are underserved in the society. So it could be that kind of combination, and definitely we need those institutions that go outside the profit motive. And the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ encourages this concept, and Muslims in the past have done a lot of this. They are doing it even today, not only in the past. Over the last 30, 40 years in some of the Muslim countries, I know a few examples where billions of dollars have been made as awqaf for the poor and needy in those countries. So I'm talking literally about billions of dollars. In more than one Muslim countries, these projects have been there. So the idea of creating institutions that are not for profit is an idea that is part of al-ihsan. When we talk about adl, that is let it be for profit 100%. But when you talk about al-ihsan, then definitely the concept of profit is removed completely. You don't intend to make profit in it. You need to keep the second pillar of our religion, which is al-ihsan, compared with al-adl. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Unless we wrap it up, I am told we wrap it up completely. Thank you. I thank the speakers, all of them. Please, thank you for your presentations. You were very helpful. And of course, I thank the audience and the organizer for this good session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The mic open? Yeah. Thank you very much to all the learned and prestigious esteemed speakers, Talia, Dr. Ashraf Hashim, my brother from UNIDO, Muniza, and of course my own teacher, none other than Dr. Manzar Khaf. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it has been a very, very marathon session and day one of this very August conference. I believe, it has been a good learning curve for us all. If we compare ourselves what we were 9 a.m. in the morning, and if we compare ourselves what we are, let's say 5 p.m. in the evening, you compare your knowledge, parlance and knowledge gains, I think we'll be in a position to say that yes, from 9 a.m. in the morning and post 5 p.m. of the same day, I think my knowledge at least 1 to 2% has increased. If not, I have increased in my knowledge, whatever, and as much as I've listened. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was an honor to host you. It was an honor to have these prestigious, beautiful people imparting their knowledge and sharing their thought process. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow in the morning, 9 a.m. for the remaining of the conference and an equally potent knowledge building coming up tomorrow. So thank you very much. May Allah bless you and see you tomorrow, inshallah ta'ala. Thank you very much.
Yeah.